then subsequent to that, we'll reconvene at noon for the private applications. This is, in my humble opinion, trying to minimize the cost for attorneys being on the line for 6 hours when they have a private application in one ward. So that's my theory. Hopefully it works. All right. The October 6th, 2020 Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards is called to order.
You're not on screen video.
All right, let me get back on my screen. All right, pursuant to applicable law, the chairman has determined that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent. Accordingly, attendance at this meeting will be by remote means only. We will start off with a roll call. Committee members, please unmute yourself. Alderman Hopkins.
Alderman Hopkins present, and Mr. Chairman, at the conclusion of the roll call, if you could please repeat your intention regarding the sequence of events on the agenda. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Alderman Dowell.
Present.
Be right here.
Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Beal.
Yep.
Alderman Lopez. Ray Lopez.
Original, ready to rumble.
Alderman David Moore.
Alderman Moore is present, Chairman.
Thank you. Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Hey, buddy.
Present, Chair.
You're gonna start hating at me.
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Present.
Alderman Burnett.
All right, well,
Alderman Roboyas.
Present.
Alderman Cardona.
Present.
Alderman Wagasback.
Here.
Alderman Kerry Austin.
Here.
Alderman Villegas.
Here.
Alderman Riley. Alderman Kappelman. Alderman Osterman. Alderman Marie Hadden.
Here.
And Chairman Tunney.
We have a quorum.
Okay, we do have a quorum.
non-committee member Sposato is here.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. I'm going to repeat the order of events this morning. We will have appointments, text amendments, and signs, and a landmark application between the hours of 10 and noon. We will hopefully be able to take a short break. Noon, we will start private applications in the effort to try to minimize the amount of time lawyers are on while we're discussing more macro issues. Alderman Hopkins, you heard that now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right. We're going to start this morning off with the approval of the Rule 45 report containing the minutes of the September Committee on Zoning, Landmark, and Building Standards hearing. All members of this committee should have received a copy of this report electronically. And if hearing no objections, do I have a motion by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum to approve the minutes?
So moved,
So
Chairman.
moved, Alderman Austin.
Alderman Austin moves. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing no objections, the report has been approved.
Chairman Tunney, it's Alderman Riley.
Alderman Riley, you wish to be recognized for the roll call?
Yes, Chairman, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on, we'll now hear the items to be deferred. I will read the ward, the file number, the address, and take a motion for all at the end of the readings.
Alderman Burnett is here.
Alderman Burnett, thank you. In the 12th ward, file number 20484 for 3101 South Kedzie Avenue. In the 25th ward, file number 20470 for 2008 to 2012 South Ashland Avenue. In the 26th ward, file number 20475 for 2510 West Superior Street, and file number 20476 for 2512 West Superior Street. Also in the 27th ward, file number 20482 for 171 North Aberdeen Street. In the 27th ward, file number 20478 for 1330 through 1364 West Washington, 100 through 138 North Ada, and 1349 through 1389 West Randolph Street. Also in the busy 27th Ward, file number 20479 for 1465 through 1483 North Kingsbury, 835 through 919 West Blackhawk Street, 1450 through 1472 North Dayton Street. In the 27th Ward, file number 20483 for 1020 North Elston Avenue. In the 27th Ward, file number 20500 for 213 through 221 North Racine Avenue. And finally, in the 27th Ward, file number 20435 for 732 through 742 North Noble Street, 1400 through 1402 West Superior Street. Moving on to the 28th Ward, file number 20485 for 1257 through 1411 South Washtenaw Avenue,
Irma,
1256 through 1368 South Tallman Avenue, 1355 through 1365 South Tallman Avenue, and 2604 through 2664 West Ogden Avenue. In the 29th Ward, file number 20501 for 1819 North Major Avenue. Moving on to the 31st Ward, file number 20486 for 4000 through 4180 West Diversey Avenue, and 4029 through 4153 West George Street, I believe. In the 32nd Ward, file number 20508 for 2557 through 2559 North Marshfield Avenue. Moving on to the 35th Ward, file number 20473 for 2505 North Spalding. In the 38th Ward, file number A8603 for 6001 through 6011 West Lawrence Avenue. In the 40th Ward, file number 20493 for 6542 through 6558 North Clark Street, 1637 through 1649 West Albion Avenue. In the 40th Ward, file number 20510 for 6300 North Ridge Avenue, 1925 West Home Avenue. In the 40th Ward, file number 20481 for 5237 through 5255 North Ashland Avenue. In the 42nd Ward, file number 20477 for 50 East Huron Street. Also in the 42nd Ward, file number 20480 for 601 through 611 West Randolph Street. In the 44th Ward, file number 20488 for 835 West Addison Street. And lastly, in the 47th Ward, file number 20494 for 1800 through 1808 West Bernice Avenue, 3834 through 3844 North Ravenswood Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move on the
Let me,
first.
let me see. Before I get a motion, I see Alderman Osterman's hands up. Alderman Osterman.
Just add me to the roll if you could, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
Well, it's done. Okay, so I've, any questions from committee members? If not, I hear Alderman Raboyes makes a motion to defer the previously listed items. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right.
No objections. The items have been deferred. Thank you. And this time we will now begin the public comment period. Out of respect for everyone's time, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes to address all items on the agenda. This will be the only opportunity to address these items on the agenda, and the committee will not conduct separate public comment before each agenda item. We have 14 speakers signed up today, and we will start with Miss Diane Lemus. Diane?
Diane,
have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Diane Lemus, *6 to unmute. Are you there?
Sure.
How about Diane going once? Twice? All right. I guess we'll move on and we'll catch up with you if you get back on the call. Second speaker is Christina Hubacek, and I hopefully apologize if I mispronounced. Christina.
Speaker 2 is not here, Chairman.
Christina is not there? Is that what I'm hearing from tech?
Yeah, Christina is not here.
Okay. And what about Diane? Did you have any connection with Diane Lemus?
She got disconnected actually just now.
All right, well, hopefully we'll get her back. All right, our third speaker, Tasha Alexander. Tasha Alexander.
Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Next, Steve Vidal.
Steve is not here, Chairman.
Why? Because we started on time or what?
We have several speakers not here.
All right, Father Tom Lynch.
Also not here.
Michael Rafferty, or Rafferty, I'm sorry.
Nope, not here.
Zach Levin.
Yes.
How about Zach?
Hi, this is Zach Levin. Can you hear me?
Zach. You have your 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My statement is in regards to the proposed rezoning application at 3501 North Halsted to upzone from a C12 to a C15 designation. As a result of this application, I've become more aware of the Chicago Code of Ordinances, particularly section 1713-0308A through E, which details the review and approval procedures for rezoning. As you know, these legal criteria ask the council to assess whether the zoning designation is consistent with any plans in the area already approved by City Council, whether it fits the character of the neighborhood in terms of size, density, height, and building scale, and whether it is compatible with the surrounding zoning designations, which in this particular case is C12 and C13 only. The answer is clear. The C15 zoning designation must be rejected. I also have to express my disappointment and regret in how the city has handled this application. Like my fellow neighbors and condo HOAs, I have expressed concern over the rezoning request through letters to the aldermen and at community meetings. My concern is that the C15 zoning designation does not conform to the surrounding community as described in the aforementioned sections 0308A through E. My letters were ignored and hidden, despite being told by the alderman that written letters would be read at community meetings. The motive for hiding criticism was evident when the alderman describes his 30-year friendships with David Munar, the CEO of Howard Brown, and the applicant, raising the question of a conflict of interest. When my fellow neighbors and I expressed concern during community meetings about zoning conformity, we were ignored, silenced, ridiculed, accosted, and often verbally abused by the alderman and his chief of staff. I have never experienced firsthand such slanderous behavior from an elected official's office. Not only is it unprofessional, disrespectful, and disappointing, but also embarrassing and borders on harassment. The city should not tolerate behavior of this magnitude. But today, your decision is clear. Reject the C15 zoning application based on the legal criteria set forth in the city's review protocol. However, you can offer a C13 zone, which does conform to the neighborhood, and the FAR allowed by a C13 permits a maximum of approximately 54,000 square feet in this specific lot, which is larger than the space allocated for all healthcare services, including administrative offices, social services, pharmacy, primary care clinic, dental practice, behavioral health, psychiatry, and walk-in sexual and reproductive health combined. The only compromise the developer has to make is to repurpose the 15,000 square feet of retail and open atrium unusable space. No compromise has to be made with respect to healthcare services. Everyone wins. Why even entertain anything else? I yield the rest of my time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker is Joshua Wilmoth.
Joshua is not here.
Joshua not here. All right. Justin Erb.
Yes, Justin is here.
How about Justin? Justin,
Yes, I'm here.
you can proceed, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Aldermen, fellow Chicagoans. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in opposition to the proposed ordinance downzoning the lot located at 6001 to 6011 West Lawrence Avenue. Again, my name is Justin Erb, and I'm here representing the Chicago neoliberals. It is important to remember that what we are talking about today is not whether we should, is whether or not we should materially improve the lives of 48 people, many of whom would be veterans. They cannot speak on their own behalf today because they may not be given the opportunity to move to Jefferson Park and become part of that vibrant community. Just because we don't know who they are and who they could be does not render them imaginary. They are real flesh and blood people who will be affected by your vote today. I believe I'm speaking a very obvious truth when I say that 49 out of the 50 wards understand that this proposed ordinance is quite simply a bad idea that will result in bad outcomes. Chicago is an absurdly stratified city across both economic and racial boundaries, and that is why our city is shrinking even during this urban revitalization of the last decade. It is very clear to every Chicagoan that to survive and thrive in the future, this pattern of segregation must come to an end, and swiftly. Despite this obvious truth, this ordinance is overwhelmingly likely to pass because of the practice of aldermanic privilege, which is the informal agreement between aldermen to support one another in any zoning change to their own ward, even down to the parcel level, as is the case here. This practice is the reason that Chicago finds itself in its present situation. So if you follow an agreement and it brought us to this, of what use is continuing to follow that agreement? There is no ordinance, statute, or law that is requiring this practice to continue. It could end today. When you were elected to your seat, your constituents had faith that you would take measures to improve not only their lives, but Chicago as a whole. Today, an opportunity has presented itself to do just that. I urge you all to take it. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Justin. Our next speaker, Linda Hedson.
*6 to unmute, please.
So we didn't hear. Linda?
Good morning. Good morning.
Is this Linda Hedson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Now we can. Thank you. Let's proceed.
I'm calling in opposition of General Iron. I live in the 8th Ward and I follow the General Iron story. I have nothing but respect for the residents of the 10th Ward who are working to stop General Iron from coming into our neighborhood. And following this story, I thought we were back in 2011 because that's when the backroom deals were in the making to bring A. Finkel and Sons from Lincoln Park to the 8th Ward's Burnside community. The residents of Lincoln Park complained about the noise and the pollution coming from A. Finkel, and voila, the southeast side had the 16th worst polluter in the nation, and Alderman Michelle Harris cut deals, and before we knew it, A. Finkel was our new neighbor. Unlike the 10th Ward residents, the 8th Ward residents did not have a voice. Having a voice in the makeup of the community you live in is all any taxpayer wants. A. Finkel made all of the promises that General Iron is now making. The new factory will be equipped with the latest technology that will improve pollution. We're going to plant trees, we're going to put up lights, we're going to be a good neighbor. There have been several lawsuits because of the structural damage that A. Finkel has caused to the homes in our community. There have been explosions, most recently April 17th, 2019, when balls of fire were shooting through the air that caused a fire that injured Olga Terry's home and displaced her family. The Terry family is currently suing A. Finkel. What makes the voices of the Lincoln Park residents trump the voices of Black and brown residents on the Southeast Side? Don't answer that. We already know. We are sick and tired of being the dumping ground for everything the rich North Siders don't want. Stop General Iron. We don't need another polluter on the Southeast Side. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tasha Alexander. I understand we've got her back. Tasha? Did we lose Tasha?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tasha Alexander, and I am calling to speak about, I am in favor of the By the Hand Community Workspace in the Austin community. Born and raised in Austin, all I've ever wanted is to see Austin thrive again. My family moved into the Austin community back in 1977, so we've been pillars in our community for as long as I can remember, with thriving businesses and, well, used to have thriving businesses, now not so much. And so I am definitely in favor of the community workspace that By the Hand Club for Kids is proposing to put together. My connection to By the Hand goes back to even when I started volunteering, I think back in 2007. I'm a mother of 3 kids, and I chose to send my kids to school in the western suburbs because I felt at that time all of the schools were closing on the south and west side of Chicago, as well as there weren't quality schools within my community. So I traveled daily to send my kids to school, and that's how my connection came about with By the Hand. By the Hand was trying to put together a charter school, was proposing a charter school in the Austin community. And I actually went down and spoke to the Board of Education on their behalf because I believed in their vision and how they were trying to help to bring about needs that needed to be fulfilled in Austin, including bringing back schools and healthier communities. So I've also served as Block Club President, 15B for the CAPS office for the 15th district, but I've just been faithfully serving in our community, and I just believe in the vision that By the Hand has. And so I left my job. So I work as the marketing communication manager for By the Hand now. I started the position in December of last year, and I left my job after 13 years to come and work for By the Hand because I believe in their vision that much, to help to not only bringing about buildings that are aesthetically pleasing to the eye, but also they are serving as and bringing about the needs that are there for better schools and better education, because children are our future. And so I just want to be able to say that I am definitely in favor of the renovation, the new project for By the Hand Community Workspace. I think it'll be a great addition to the Austin community, very creative, as well as serving basic needs as Wi-Fi services and having places where people can go to, even if they want to be budding entrepreneurs or just to have coffee. I would love to be able to go and have coffee with my mother sitting down in a cafe that's in Austin and not having to travel outside of the suburbs. So, and so that's Tasha Alexander, and I am definitely in favor of the By the Hand Community Workspace in the Austin community. It's always a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Lemus, I think we've reconnected with Diane.
Hello?
Diane, can you unmute yourself?
*6 to unmute.
All right. Let's move on to Kevin Stewart then.
Hi, yeah. Okay.
Kevin?
All right, so I'm unmuted, or?
Yes, you can
Can you
proceed.
hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm calling about the historic Pilsen landmark district thing. I just wanted to point out that one of the what the major underlying cause of gentrification is like real estate speculation, and designation as a landmark district would probably most likely fuel more real estate speculation. On top of that, this proposal was really hastily put together under the previous administration. It was put together between Danny Solis and Rahm Emanuel, 2 figures who are very not well liked in Pilsen in general. And the thing about that is like even the proponents of this proposal are saying that like it requires more time to hammer out. I think they should. I think it should be voted down. I'm against it. Not only that, it's looking at putting like in order to get money to like repair your building, it's looking like you have to invest something like 1/4 of the property value into it first, which really does make it difficult for like middle class or like working class homeowners, which is like the majority of homeowners in Pilsen, to be able to make repairs on your house. That also like would like this designation would also make it very difficult for struggling businesses. Like the pandemic's a pandemic. It's been bad on everyone. Implementing this very nebulous experimental like proposal during this time, I think is not only like too risky, but like I think like it's well understood that the consequences would be largely negative. On top of that, like there's like the primary thing that they've been boosting this as a way to stop demolitions, and I don't know if it actually does that. And I don't think that like the other thing, like as I was saying earlier, like gentrification and displacement, like a lot of it has to do with like real estate speculation. And there's like a lot of places in Chicago that for the most part look the same, but people can't afford to live there anymore. Like the case in point, obviously, is like Milwaukee Avenue and Wicker Park. And yeah, the proposal doesn't fulfill its intended goal. Its proponents aren't even really that like confident about it. They don't sound confident about it. I like heard them talk about it at length at like different meetings. And on top of that, I think that it would just like fuel speculation and make it very difficult for homeowners to be able to repair their homes, as they would have to invest 1/4 of their home value in order to to be able to get money to be able to repair their buildings. And then they have to deal with like a whole code of like putting the right window on there and everything. Like it would just make things like pretty bad during an already hard.
Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Your time is up. Next speaker is Moises Moreno.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Moises Moreno. I'm the director of Pilsen Alliance. I want to echo what Kevin was saying in opposition to the Pilsen landmark. Find it very disappointing and very shameful that our community still does not have a voice after 23 years of Alderman Danny Solis. As the zoning chair, Alderman Tunney, you now hold his seat. So my hope is that you do not follow in his footsteps. Our community has spoken loud and clear against this landmark proposal. So my question is, will you call this for a vote? Will you call the Pilsen landmark for a vote in November? There was a Black Club Chicago article that came out yesterday stating that there's a letter written by yourself that there will be a vote called in November. So I wanted to just ask if that's the case, shall the community know that the vote will be called for this so that we can vote this down and that we can replace this with something that is community driven. So that's really where we're at. Definitely want to possibly hear an answer if we can for today so we know what our next steps are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carolina Skolnick. Carolina Skolnick. *6 to unmute, or unmute Carolina.
You're unmuted now, Carolina. You can speak.
Let's try it again. Carolina Skolnick, you're up. All right. Well, we have one more speaker, Roger Romanelli. Roger Romanelli.
Hi, this is Roger Romanelli, Executive Director of Fulton Market Association and Economic Development Agency. Industrial businesses and property owners are concerned about the Planning Department's proposed ordinance to reform the city zoning code for manufacturing. That's ordinance number 020204590. Yes, our city should set special new regulations for businesses that emit air or noise pollution and should ensure public oversight in the business licensing process. But DPD's ordinance appears to veer away from this intent and appears to demand onerous new requirements for warehouse and wholesale businesses in M and PMD zoned areas. DPD appears to group all of these businesses together with freight movement businesses, which are actually presenting noise and air quality challenges and require, again, onerous new requirements for both. As of today, warehouse and wholesale businesses and freight movement businesses are grouped together in the city zoning code. All of them can gain licenses by right. The ordinance being considered appears to change this and require special use variances for warehouse, wholesale, and freight movement. Now, this is counterproductive for bringing new warehouse and wholesale jobs and tax revenues to our city. Here's a different solution we hope you'll consider. Ungroup warehouse and wholesale businesses from freight movement businesses in the city zoning code. Then regulate these different businesses differently. And yes, please require special use variances for freight movement businesses. Thank you.
I don't see, I'm going to try one more time with Diane Lemus or Carolina Skolnick.
Hello?
Could you identify
Hello?
yourself? Yes. Who are
Yes.
you speaking?
This is Diane Lemus, and I thank you for your patience this morning.
Diane, I recognize your voice.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Diane Lemus, and I'm a volunteer for Communities United, a grassroots, boots on the ground organization that organizes in the neighborhoods of Belmont Cragen, Westridge, Austin, Roseland, and Albany Park. Thank you for this opportunity to present a public comment this morning. I'm speaking today to ask your support for the Type 1 zoning reclassification for the property located at 3557 West Lawrence Avenue, file number 20442. Seeing firsthand cash investors coming in our Albany Park neighborhood and purchasing our foreclosed 2 to 4 unit buildings, proceeding to evict the tenants, facilitate a gut rehab, and convert these properties into luxury rentals or deconvert them into expensive single-family mansion type homes that existing tenants could not afford. We lost many of our Communities United families as they were displaced and forced out of the neighborhood that they loved. Another example of our families being displaced is when a cash investor purchased 3 of our courtyard buildings, displacing over 60 families, evicted all the tenants with a 30-day notice, leaving all 60 families searching for affordable housing in Albany Park so that they would not have to pull their children out of school in the middle of the school year. This developer proceeded to rehab these units and raise the rents to a price that none of the former renters could afford. This is why we need the Celadon development. Bring affordable housing back into Albany Park and stop the displacement of families. Roots Communities United worked with Celadon for over 3 years on this project to create as many affordable units as possible. This development will provide affordable housing for families that are at the lower end of the pay scale. It provides 2 and 3 bedroom units, family units. The commercial space will provide a daycare early learning center that will provide childcare at a very low cost to families living in the building as well as in the community. We had tremendous support for this development at our community meeting. I am asking that the committee vote in favor of this zoning change so that we can bring affordable housing back into Albany Park, our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I believe that concludes the public commentary portion of the meeting.
Hello? Chairman, we have Carolina.
Hello?
Okay, we have Carolina, our last speaker. Carolina?
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can. Proceed, please.
Hi, this is Dr. Caroline Skolnick Munoz. I'm a resident of the affected landmark area in Pilsen. I wanted to voice my opposition. Aldermen and alderwomen, I know that sounds like a worthy cause to landmark our area, but it will make homes unaffordable and it'll accelerate displacement of Pilsen's longtime residents. I want you to know our neighborhood fiercely rejects the landmark proposal, but we do have a preservation solution in sight. We have 435 Pilsen property owners right now who have signed affidavits in opposition. 95% of residents in the affected area are opposing landmarking, including myself. And I know the city believes landmarking in Pilsen is going to stop the rampant demolition that happened when a lot of developers came in and built these new multi-unit buildings. But this is not the right response. And I want to point out the buildings went up because the city sanctioned them and granted demolition permits without accountability to Pilsen residents. The city's response is misguided. It really needs to reform how we're giving out demolition permits. And ultimately, Pilsen residents are going to be penalized putting the bill of preservation here. This is going to destroy our community. Pilsen residents cannot afford to maintain landmarked homes, which are extremely cost prohibitive. And the expenses are going to be hard hit by low-income homeowners and renters who are going to absorb the passed-on costs. Landmarking is so expensive, it's just not a viable solution for most of our residents. One example, if you need to have a window replaced to meet landmark standards instead of being able to put in a $170 window, you're going to be looking at a $900 to $1,600 window is the estimates that we've been getting. Pilsen residents need housing that's more affordable, not less. And in the midst of a pandemic that's threatening homeowners' abilities to keep their home, passing a law that's going to increase costs and possibly spur foreclosures is unacceptable. The Pilsen landmark incentives are completely unobtainable. Our median income is $37,000, so having 25% of your home's value to spend on renovation is just not doable in Pilsen. It's not realistic. What this is going to translate into is Pilsen homeowners being unable to afford maintaining their homes, and then they're going to lose their homes. We have other ways to protect buildings. Our alderman, Byron Sigcho Lopez, collaborated with hundreds of community members to come up with a demolition-free district ordinance. Pilsen residents support this ordinance. And so as of now, the zoning committee and city council, as well as Mayor Lightfoot, are ignoring Pilsen's viable community-based solution, even though it satisfies all players here. I implore you, aldermen and alderwomen, please bring the landmark bill for a vote. Carry out your duty to secure a democratic process for the 25th Ward constituents. The city is accountable to its citizens.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment period portion of the meeting. We will start with the addendum to the agenda and with mayoral appointments. First appointment we'll be discussing is A 2020-101, the appointment of Matt Boudreau as Buildings Commissioner. I know Matt is on the line, and I think you all should know him already, but our resume was enclosed also. All right, so Matt.
Good morning, Chairman Tunney and the honorable members of the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. My name is Matt Baudet, and I'm the Acting Commissioner for the Department of Buildings. I'm truly humbled to have been appointed by Mayor Lightfoot to serve as Commissioner of one of the best departments in city government, one that truly serves all 77 communities of our great city. I'm equally humbled to be here before you today, seeking your approval of this appointment. I know I have some big shoes to fill from my predecessor and friend, Judy Friedland. As I share with many of you in the recent months, I feel like Phil Jackson when he took over the Chicago Bulls. All the pieces are in place, not only for DOB to continue its success, but the foundation has been laid to go even further as a department. You have my commitment that DOB will continue to be fair and responsive, and most importantly, will continue to bring common sense solutions to the challenges and opportunities facing our great city today and in the future. When I was appointed, the mayor made it crystal clear that DOB must maintain the stability and high level of service to which it is known. As many of you are aware, in addition to my move to Commissioner, Marlene Hopkins, one of the great treasures of city government, who's with me in the room today, was also promoted by Mayor Daley to First Deputy Commissioner. Together, it is our goal to have one of the best and diverse executive teams in the city. I'm proud to be the first Native American commissioner in the city, and I am also fully committed to ensuring that DOB staff and leadership reflect all Chicagoans. As DOB first deputy commissioner since 2011, I've had the privilege to work with many of you on several reforms for the department, including improving our process to reduce the time to obtain permits and inspections, rewriting the building code to make it construction safer, more cost-effective, more flexible, and more innovative, bringing investment to all our communities, providing more tools and collaboration to address vacant and troubled buildings in the communities, and addressing bad actors in the construction industry that can often prey on our residents. I've had the privilege to work with many of you over the years in my previous roles as well, with the Department of Public Health, the Department of Administrative Hearings, and various state and county agencies. I'm a fifth generation Chicagoan and have a deep love for our city and stayed here both for college and law school. My first home was a 2-bedroom apartment, which I share with my parents and 6 siblings on the corner of California and Logan. My mom was a machinist at Dodge Chicago plant during World War II and later at the Zenith television plant. My dad was a local 134 electrician, and whenever he would drive around the city, he'd point out all the buildings, homes, and businesses where he'd worked over the years. He was proud that his work generated homes and jobs for people. And he saw that his work was really, truly helping people, which stuck with me from a very early age. I'm not a skilled trade person like my father, but I do bring the commitment of my parents in helping others and providing safe homes and workplaces for our residents. We're in challenging times. At DOB, we are still working diligently to provide our permit and inspection services to the city. We're just doing a little bit differently with remote and alternative processes when necessary. I'm grateful to and proud of our dedicated staff who have quickly and effectively pivoted to keep our services going without missing a beat. As I already shared with many of you, we quickly implemented a system to accept permit applications not already online to an email processing system. We've also had a regular mail system and a drop box in the city of Chicago at City Hall for people without an email. Today, I'm pleased to report that that system has not only worked extremely well, but has been well received by the public. Now more than ever, it's essential that we keep services going forward. And while we create efficiencies through new technologies, we have recently implemented virtual inspections as an additional tool in certain cases. These inspections involve a contractor with a mobile device walking through the work site while an inspector views on the mobile device off-site. We find that this is very promising when dealing with our good contractors whose work we expect to be code compliant. Virtual inspections can also increase our inspection productivity and reduce expenses as inspectors do not need to travel from site to site. Virtual inspections can be another tool, but would not be a substitute for in-person on-site inspections for developers or contractors with a history of non-compliant work. Finally, our important work on modernizing the Chicago construction codes to provide safer and more cost-effective construction will continue with the plumbing and mechanical codes through 2021, starting with the technical cleanup package for your consideration later in this meeting. Again, DOB remains a partner in the commitment of the mayor and the council to the equitable strengthening of investment and quality of life for all 77 communities of the city of Chicago. I'm honored to be here before you today, and I thank you for your consideration for my appointment. I look forward to working with each of you, and I'm happy to answer questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. The first question or hand up was Alderman Villegas, but I see you might have put it down. Gil, do you have a question for Matt Boudreau?
No, Chairman, thank you.
Okay. Then next, Raymond Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. Matt, good morning to you. I actually want to say that I am very happy and excited to support Mayor Lightfoot's appointment of you and promotion of Marlene. I know everyone is taking a bated breath for that comment, so I'll say it again. I'm very happy to have both of you continue on. You both have served my community well, especially under Commissioner Friedman, and I look forward to your continued efforts, particularly as we target troubled buildings, as well as those problem buildings that oftentimes are the magnets for crime in our community. I don't think people truly understand how valuable the Department of Buildings is when it comes to addressing the violence and the drugs that we see so often flowing through our neighborhoods. Your department and your inspectors have routinely been able to help us when so often the courts have failed us, particularly using the Troubled Buildings Ordinance to hold landlords accountable. To that point, I'm going to ask the same thing that I've asked before, and I'm going to ask that you and your team seriously consider working with the law department to find a way to ensure that we have a user-friendly option for making those bad actors more publicly known in the city of Chicago, so that we can identify and bring scrutiny to those individuals who think that simply being an absent owner relieves them of any responsibility that they or their tenants have to our communities. I think it will make all of our jobs easier, and it will definitely make our communities safer if they know that their information will be made public if their tenants are causing harm to the neighborhoods where their properties exist. I will keep it at that because we have a great ability to talk and we can talk further online, but I'm glad for both. And I hope that Ernestine is still somewhere floating around in that office as well as to thank all of you for everything that you do for the 15th Ward and its communities. And I look forward to voting here as well as tomorrow for your appointment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman David Moore.
Am I unmuted?
You're ready to go, David.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I wanted to thank Acting Commissioner Matt Bedell for meeting with me, and it was a good opportunity to get to talk with him. Although I had seen him around City Hall, I really didn't have a relationship with him. And but with that said, you gave the analogy of feeling like Phil Jackson. I hope you recognize, with no doubt, and you agree that Marlene is probably not probably, but he is your Michael Jordan of that team. And so, yes, when the mayor made this appointment, I had some concerns. It had nothing to do with you personally. It could have been my mama, and I would have had a concern. And because Marlene has been at the top of the game, one that many of us rely on. And so, but after having conversations with you and others, you know, I'm willing to accept this appointment. I know that every commissioner, whether it was Michael Merchant before you, Felicia Davis before you, Judy Freeland before you, there's not one person that didn't say they couldn't do that job without First Deputy Marlene Hopkins. So I'm grateful for her ascension to First Deputy, although I thought she was already First Deputy based on us calling on her and her role, not only through budget, but also through the course of our everyday dealings with the buildings department. My only question becomes, Chairman, if somebody can tell me, because I don't have the budget in front of me, what are the salaries of the commissioner versus the first deputy?
Alderman, I don't have the budget book in front of me, and but we will get that through. We'll get that information through our office to our committee members.
All right, because who's ever doing this, I hope, you know, unlike Michael Jordan, who for many years wasn't compensated for his great works and achievements, I'm hoping Marlene is comfortably compensated for the work that she does. And I'm not saying she isn't, I just need to know that she is. So I hope I can have that before,
Before end of day, before end of
Right.
day. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman.
Marie Hadden.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to celebrate and support this appointment, Mr. Baudet. I remember how generous you were with your time in sitting down with me what seems like forever ago. We'll say maybe 8 months ago or so, to help walk me through as a new older person some of the different ways that Department of Buildings works around bringing property owners to compliance. I appreciate the assistance of your department and wish you the best of luck. I appreciate the conversations that we've had leading up to this decision and commend the mayor on the selection of you as our next commissioner. So thank you very much. Enthusiastically supportive here, and congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman, and we will put you on for purposes of the roll call. All right. Alderman Harry Osterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo Alderman Haddon and Matt. Just want to congratulate you. You've really earned this role. You also have the perspective of working in the department and knowing the high level of success and how valuable the department is to everyday Chicagoans. So, Marlene, you're phenomenal. You guys are a wonderful team, and all the aldermen and the citizens of Chicago rely on you. So we wish you well. We look forward to seeing you during the budget where we can get more into the department. Just want to encourage you in your new role as the commissioner not to be shy to ask for assistance and resources from the council. So we want to make sure that you've got what you need to be successful, even in a very difficult budget year. So all the best. Look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Walter Burnett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also like to commend the mayor on this appointment. I also like to commend the mayor on not bringing in an outsider, bringing in someone who has been around, who knows people, who gets things done. You know, it was amazing. Mr. O'Day reminded me how I knew him. I knew him from the 80s when he was at the law department with my kid brother. So he's been around for a long time. He worked his way up and he's done very well. And I appreciate him. I appreciate the mayor also giving Marlene a boost. Is well deserved. I know, O'Day, you appreciate and recognize that you have great people working for you, Marlene, and also with Carl Bird and the rest of the folks you have in that department. I expect great things from you. Our conversation, you touched on a lot of things that you were concerned about with the department, not having inspectors to one inspector come and inspect, then another inspector come and say something different, and you understand the complaints that community people have in reference to some of those little things, but they're actually big things for people in the community. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your understanding. And congratulations to you, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Cardona.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Matt Boutte. I got the honor of having conversations with him before this appointment. I congratulate the mayor for picking, like my colleague Walter Burnett, Alderman Burnett said, someone that knows and not going outside, but picking within. And also a great choice, Matt, for picking Marlene to help you out in that office and everybody else. I wish you the best, and you've been very humble with me, and every time I had an issue, an incident, you're there to pick up, and I thank you for that. And tomorrow I will be voting on your to be the next commissioner of the building department. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. And last with the hand up is Alderman Brian Hopkins.
Thank you, Chairman. Quickly, just to add my voice to those in strong support of this mayoral appointment. I think it's an outstanding choice, and I agree totally with the sentiment just expressed by two of our colleagues that it's important for a position like this to have institutional memory. There are times when you really do want to bring in an outsider with a fresh perspective and take a look and bring new ideas. But that is not the case for the building commissioner. This position requires intimate knowledge of the streets and the alleys and the buildings of Chicago. Commissioner, you have that, and your team with Marlene and everyone else is outstanding. And as aldermen, we appreciate that. It's so important that we have a good relationship and a good interface with your department from the top down. So I'm pleased to support this nomination, and I look forward to confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you. And I know Alderman Raboyes had to leave, but he wanted to be on the record in full support. I don't see any other hands up on this one. May I have a motion to pass on the appointment by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Ray Lopez moves to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. Congratulations, Matt. Look forward to continue working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alderman.
Let's see. Next appointment is A 2020-115, the appointment of Timothy Knutson as Chair and Member of Zoning Board of Appeals. Timothy was, well, you have his resume, but he has been on the Zoning Board as the alternate, and now hopefully with his discussions today with us would be moved to be the chair of the member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. All right. So, Timothy.
Yeah, just to confirm, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Identify yourself for the record, sir.
My name is Timothy Knutson, and I live at 2139 North Sheffield. Thank you, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. My name again is Timothy Knutson, and I'm honored to come before you today to seek confirmation of my appointment as chairman to the Zoning Board of Appeals. By profession, I'm a partner at the law firm of Croak, Fairchild, Morgan & Barris. I work mostly with entrepreneurs and startup companies, such as tech companies. We give external general counsel on a variety of issues and assist in company investment rounds and sales. In addition, I have a pro bono practice in representing immigrant applicants for asylum in the United States. My focus has been largely on LGBTQ+ undocumented individuals, and over the past few years, the need in this space has increased greatly. For the past year, I have served as the alternate member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. In this role, I have voted in 4 meetings, and in several of the meetings in which I did not vote, I observed. It was a pleasure to learn from Farzan Parang as chairman, and now I look forward to the opportunity of serving myself. The Zoning Board of Appeals is a dynamic board with a wide variety of duties. If I am confirmed today, I view it as my duty to ensure that every applicant that appears in front of the board is treated with equal respect and attention. I appreciate all of your commitment to the city and for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. And I know how to pronounce your last name. I was just,
Don't worry.
with you, sir. All right. Questions from committee members? I see first Alderman Ray Lopez. Are you?
Yes,
Ray?
Chairman.
You're on.
Chairman, I have a question for you. Is this the gentleman that was? I know there was an auxiliary.
Yeah, he's the first alternate.
Was he the alternate that was whose appointment was blocked previously?
No.
With a different individual.
He had smooth sailing, I believe, when we did his appointment to the zoning board as the first alternate.
Okay. And I'm just curious, is with regard, no disrespect to Mr. Knudsen, it seems highly unusual to pick an alternate for head of a ZBA as opposed to those members that were previously full members to that body. Is that something that either the administration or someone would care to comment on?
I don't think we have, is anyone from Patrick Murphy or someone from zoning on the call? I do know that when we hear from, maybe if you hear from the department, the problem was that there was we needed alternates, as you know, because we need a minimum of 3 votes on the zoning board of appeals. Otherwise they don't meet, or they don't make decisions. So it was the idea with everyone's busy schedule and that we needed the alternate. So that was relatively new, if I'm not mistaken. And
Right.
with that, the obviously there was the mayor's pick, but I believe that I believe that he, Timothy, and he'll speak for himself, has a very good role even as alternate, and the rapport of his committee members. And I think that I've talked to a few of them. They're excited about Tim's, and I believe that you might want to comment a little bit more on that, Tim.
Yeah, so if I may, it's my understanding that the last few chairmen to the ZBA had not previously served on the ZBA in any capacity.
So my next question then is, as chairman with the ZBA, and especially now as we're poised to discuss even more work and a caseload coming your direction, assuming one of the mayor's ordinances is approved after these appointments, more and more seems to be coming towards, it seems to be this administration's desire to send more and more applications and things to the ZBA to adjudicate. Do you think that's the proper role? And if so, do you think the ZBA has the ability to handle a surge in cases that potential ordinances would send to it?
No, I think
in a quick and fair manner.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair question related to some meetings we've had in the past few months that have gone very late at night. It's nobody's goal. Yeah, right. It's definitely nobody's goal to add a second meeting in the month. We don't want to, as chairman, I need to make sure that there's no backlog, because where we do have the big kind of corporate applicants, as you know, we also have a lot of pro se applicants who it's my duty to make sure that they don't have barriers in their way of starting to do business. I think a lot of this goes to process, and what we're learning with these applicants that are more the corporate applicants, for example, dispensaries, is there's going to be a lot of objectors that are very organized in hiring attorneys, and not our typical community objectors. It's definitely my mission to make sure every objector is heard, but I want to make sure that every objector is heard equally, and that it's not so weighted in favor of, for example, a competition objector. I think we can manage the conversation on the objections a little bit better. There's no reason for repetition or lawyers just getting in cross-examination matches. I'm going to make sure that going in, as we control the agenda, we make sure there's no backlog. It might be necessary for a few meetings to go very late into the night, as they have been, to confirm that as we ease out of this pandemic and people are trying to start to do business in their community again, that we have a heavier caseload. That being said, process-wise, questioning, controlling the conversation, I think there's a way to do some of these matters a little bit more efficiently.
And then, one question that's near and dear to my heart and about 49 other people that I know is, when it comes to the local alderman having a difference of opinion to the ZBA or to its membership, do you believe that we are the first and best voice when it comes to being a reflection of the wards and communities that we represent?
Yeah, I think, I was thinking about how I responded to this a year ago, and I actually think it's a pretty spot on similar response. Aldermen are elected because they know their community, and their community has trusted them to champion their community. And as an independent board member, and I can speak for the other board members, we can't be expected, nor would we ever claim to know the intricacies of the 50 wards. I'd say when it comes to aldermanic input in relation to the ZBA, at times, I think we just need it to be more of a conversation, and we can't just base it off of a letter that's a simple yes or no. We just need to make sure that aldermen present us a piece of evidence, which is their opinion, that's thinly targeted towards our set standards for special uses or variations. If it's done so in that way, it's the strongest piece of evidence we have. I also would encourage, as some of these conversations get more intricate, I know you all are so busy, just to, when you can, show up to be a part of the conversation, because we often do push for compromise among the objector and the applicant at the meetings. So when you or a member of your staff can show up to be a part of that compromise, to create conditions on a certain approval, et cetera, I invite that and think that would be a great benefit.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think, my concerns is that, the caseload of the ZBA seems to be growing exponentially. And it's hard to ensure that our residents, like you said, have a voice, let alone that the aldermen are being listened to and accommodated. And the last thing that I want to see is that our city goes from being a city that works to a city that barely moves. And I think that can definitely be laid at your feet as chairman now, if that perception continues. And I do want to say on a personal note that I think that having a personal background of assisting those who are most vulnerable in our city, hopefully will help you as you deal with our communities like the ones that I represent, whether it's West Englewood or Bank of the Yards, where individuals do not have the ability to hire lawyers, but have the same dream of moving their families forward and building a successful platform for which to raise families and exist in this city. So I will support your nomination, but I want you never to forget that point, because otherwise you will see me start showing up at CBAs, and I prefer not to in an enraged manner. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And David Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to say that I didn't get a chance to talk to you, Timothy, like I did with Brian, had a good conversation with him. But from your testimony here, especially addressing the questions that my colleague, Alderman Raymond Lopez raised, which was going to be one of my questions, so you don't have to repeat it. But your answer to me, and I felt that some people answer questions just because they want to hear you say a certain thing. I truly felt you believe what you just said, and I truly appreciate that. For support the mayor's appointment here for you as being chairman of the ZBA. My only question is, as we're dealing with everything that's going on at the state as relates to marijuana, and as these zoning applications come before ZBA, sort of along the lines of what my colleague Alderman Lopez raised, but different, because something's got to be weighed heavily different because of the importance of it, because of the issue that's surrounding it versus a barbershop versus a marijuana shop. So with that said, how do you view those in relation to aldermanic input? Are you saying you would weigh those equally, or you would see that aldermanic input on that is weighed a little more heavily when it comes to things like that?
Okay, so Alderman Moore, just to make sure I have the question right, is it how I weigh alderman input on different types of matters? For example, a special use such as dispensaries versus a special use like a barbershop?
Absolutely, you got it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's the same holistic conversation. I know that oftentimes with the dispensaries, there's going to be more intricacies, especially with it being a new issue. But I do view the alderman having the same power of perspective on whether, it's a barbershop where an objector shows up that there's too much competition in the area. that's a good piece of input from the alderman. And for that matter, I weigh it equally to the alderman fitting it into our standards on dispensaries. I know the conversations in length and nuance might be a little briefer on the barbershops, for example, than the dispensaries, but I think the overall way of looking at things is going to be the same for me.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. That's the only question I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Knudsen. I want to just let you know, as I indicated to you, I would be supporting your appointment as chairman of the ZBA, but I wanted to follow up on something that Alderman Moore brought up, but in a different way. I know the ZBA has these 5 criteria that you all consider when you look at a zoning matter. And my question is, when it comes to the criteria that talks about adverse impact, how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's a good question because often that's at the root of our conversation and deliberations. And it's a broad, hardship and adverse impact are it's broad criteria. So the way we do it, I also always want to run through the criteria. So for example, on a variation, we look at that there's strict compliance with the zoning ordinance. Then we look at that strict compliance with the zoning ordinance would create a hardship. From there, it's that the hardship isn't created by the applicant themselves. I think that's where we've run into some issues in the past that I hope to address in a different way, where more sophisticated players around the city have created a hardship for themselves and are coming back in front of us saying, it's a hardship. Fool me once, shame on, the saying. But I don't think we can have those done over and over and be able to all say, yeah, we have a ZBA that's treating the whole city equally and fairly, because not everyone is able to hire those sophisticated parties to come represent them. A lot of the hardship too is, it goes into that broader conversation of an impact on the character of the neighborhood, impact on public convenience, public safety. It's definitely a broad criteria and one I think that we'll be taking seriously in how we view it and view it consistently while I hopefully become chairman.
So are those conversations that you as chairman feel that you have to have with the other members of the ZBA so that you all are coming at this more consistently?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's a big role as chairman that in a way, I lead the conversation in asking questions of the applicants and objectors. And I kind of view that as my duty to lead down that path that we are treating hardship consistently.
All right. So I wish you the best in your new role, and I will be voting in favor of this chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Walter Burnett. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to apologize because I actually had a phone call when you were saying your resume, so I'm not sure about it. But I do want to, having so many things in my ward that come before your committee, before the ZBA, I'm somewhat concerned, right? I think that everybody on that body does a great job and very fair. One of the things David did touch on the marijuana dispensary situation. For a lot of us, the marijuana dispensary thing is not as much legislation as it is at this point emotional and ethnic, right? So I don't know how you feel about that. One of the things that a lot of us are concerned about, with all of these guys that's coming before you, that's in my ward, I try to encourage them to have some type of minority participation, whether it be renting a building from African American, have an African American managing their, they rent the building, they get a piece of the profits, as a landlord, they manage the dispensary. They get some of the profits. You know, we try to figure out some creative ways to encourage folks to be involved because of the state legislation. You know, don't want them to change their corporations, so to speak. But a lot of these guys, and I have to hand it to them, are coming up with some creative ways. I don't know if the ZBA has been encouraging those things and asking those things or requiring some of those things to happen. I wanted to know, how do you feel about those type of things?
Yeah, I think it's a very important question. And I think where the ZBA is trying to figure out what its role is how to ask the questions based on the part of the process that we are considering the applicants from. But going off your line of conversation, I would say that fits into the special use standard of, would this have a detrimental effect on the community? This is me somewhat thinking holistically as a lawyer, but in a way it could have a detrimental impact on the community for people to come in and make money that aren't representatives of the community. And that can definitely be a part of our conversation when we have applicants and objectors in front of us.
Okay, so like I'll give you an example. One organization, Acreage, they have a social equity, 10% social equity component, right? So what I'm saying is that some guys have, and maybe I don't know how much research you've done on some of the organizations that have come before the ZBA. Some organizations or some businesses that have come before the ZBA have raised the bar, right? They raised the bar that they did something to include minority participation, right? So they raised the bar. So I'm just hoping that in your leadership that you would encourage and inquire about, where the other folks are with the bar, right? And because whenever they come to me, I always tell them, hey, this guy doing this, what you gonna do, right? You can't say you can't help folks because these people are helping folks. Why you can't help folks, right? So I just want you to know that the bar has been raised with some inclusion because folks really want to try to do something, and especially after the Black Lives Matter thing, some of these guys were concerned about their places getting wrecked and tore up and burnt up and all those things. They really want to do things to let folks know that they care about this situation. So just want to make sure that the ZBA, just pose the question. That's all I do is pose the question, and folks volunteer to do the right thing. So
I think that's a really good point. Yeah. And I think in the powers of chairman, I think I can pose that question pretty directly because we're just trying to get all the facts to the surface. So.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you. I support this appointment.
Thank you, Alderman.
Look forward to working with you.
Yeah, you as well.
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have I think a few questions. Just given the importance of these appointments, a lot of items are going to go in front of these. In fact, at least one of the ordinances that we're going to be discussing today is going to be in front of the Zoning Advisory Board outside of the dispensaries, of course, that I hear quite a bit. My question to Mr. Knudsen, sorry, I did not pronounce it correctly. I see from your resume that you're a partner at Croak, Fairchild, Morgan, and Barris. For what I see, you advise on venture capital, private equity, and other corporate clients through transactions and serves as an outside general counsel. Do you see any kind of conflict in the kind, especially I know that today we're going to be discussing, the potential leaving of some industrial amendments that are going to be made. Do you foresee or do you see any conflict of interest on that and the kind of work that you do?
Yeah, so with the work I do, I foresee very little conflict of interest. Most of the clients we work on, a lot of them aren't in Chicago even, and it's a lot of, for the most part, it's tech companies. But there's always the potential for conflict of interest to come up. I don't work on real property issues. I don't work on zoning issues. Those would obviously be really direct conflicts. If there's any related parties, I'm always going to be sensitive to just recusing myself from the conversation pretty immediately. You know, I don't see there being too many instances where it comes up, but you've got my word here that I'm going to be very sensitive when they do come up and just dropping out of the conversation and having a different member come in as chairman, which is how we kind of do the recusals.
Mhm. I'm in particular very interested on, because like you said, I think you said it's potential little, or there could be conflict of interest. I think that, you know, I really urge my colleagues to really listen very carefully when we put things in front of the zoning advisory board, especially items like dispensaries or industrial zones. I do think that the issue of independence is got to be critical, right? That we do things for the behalf, on behalf of the residents. I think that that's really paramount. And so the independence of that, I think that you heard a few questions in line of the importance of community feedback and so forth. I understand that this is a mayoral appointment, so I must act, I must ask, have you been participating politically with the mayor's office? Have you donated to the mayor's campaign in the past?
Yeah, I have, and I can be transparent about that. With Mayor Lightfoot, I helped her campaign as early as would have been September 2018, pre-primary. And in the city, I do some grassroots stuff around my ward, like community organization type of political work.
Mm-hmm. I think it is very important, I think, and again, I really urge my colleagues to listen to this, because a lot of the conversations have gone around, you know, this issue of prerogative, which is aldermanic or mayoral, or I think the people in the city of Chicago have advocated for community prerogative, making sure that the people in the city, and evidence, I'm really concerned about some of the things that I continue to see in terms of the lack of independence that we have in terms of guaranteeing the independence of our decisions. So how do you see this issue? How do you ensure that it is really, I mean, honestly, I have even seen overstepping of the executive branch into legislative matters quite significantly. And I don't know historically how much is that being, and that's one of my concerns. And given your proximity to the mayoral, the mayor's office, how do you ensure, independence? And do you have communications with the mayor's office? Do you have communications with the legislative branch? I'm just trying to understand here, how do we maintain independence in a time when people in the city of Chicago is demanding transparency, accountability, and a process that takes away this kind of conflict of interest that we see how damaging has been for the city.
Yeah, I totally hear you. And for example, the only time I've had communication with them as a ZBA related item is with this appointment. Since I was appointed as alternate member last September, I believe it was August or September, I halted all political activity with the office and have given no money. I think it's an important question because we are meant to be an independent, and that means in our realm, objective board. And I will, fully, it's my mission to keep it that way. I think I'm pretty good at keeping things objective and looking at things from a third party, and then bringing that voice to the table. But it's like you said, it's these conflicts and everything you've brought up are always something for involved people to have on their mind.
Thank you, Chairman. That was my last question.
Thank you, Alderman. I do not see any more hands up. If there are no further questions by committee members, do I hear a motion do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Austin.
Moved by Alderman Austin. All those in, Alderman Osman moves to pass on the appointment. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. Congratulations, and look forward to continue to work with you, Timothy.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thanks, Tim. The next appointment is A 2020-116, the appointment of Brian Sanchez as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Brian, I see you on the screen. You're up, sir, and I think our committee members already have your resume sent to them beforehand.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. My name is Brian Sanchez, and I come before you today seeking confirmation of my appointment as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. To provide a little bit of my background, I obtained my bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Illinois and my law degree from DePaul University College of Law. During law school, I interned for the First Ward office under former Alderman Manny Flores, where I got a glimpse of the great work that aldermen do for their residents, and I was honored to be able to participate in that work. Since graduating from law school, I have focused my legal practice on civil defense litigation and appeals. I am currently a partner at the law firm of Sanchez, Daniels, and Hoffman, the largest minority-owned law firm in the city of Chicago. Outside of my legal practice, I've donated my time to supporting various not-for-profit organizations, supporting local charitable organizations that focus on child education and wellness. Finally, on a personal note, I've had the privilege to live in the city of Chicago for the last 18 years. I live in the First Ward with my wife, Ifan, and my 7-year-old daughter, Lingli. I'm truly honored to have been appointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals in order to serve the city in a capacity where I can use my background and experience to address the issues that come before me. If confirmed, I look forward to working with all of you to make this city a better place for all of its residents. I thank you, and I welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. On this one, I don't see any hands up yet. All right. Hearing.
Move to pass, Chairman Alderman Lopez.
Okay, then there are no questions by committee members. Alderman Ray Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that motion? Hearing no objections, the item is passed. Congratulations. Thank you, Brian. Look forward to working with you also.
Thank you.
All right, next appointment. We have, by the way, there's 3 of them are reappointments to the Public Building Commission. And we will start with A 2020-117, the reappointment of Jose Maldonado as a member of the Public Building Commission. Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. My name is Jose Maldonado, and I come before the committee seeking confirmation for my reappointment as a member of the Public Building Commission. A little bit about myself. Born and raised in Chicago, grew up in the Pilsen neighborhood. On my professional side, I'm a business rep for the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters, and I'm also financial secretary for Carpenters Local 54.
Excuse me, Mr. Maldonado, do you have,
yes.
Can you turn your video on, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. How's that?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Like I said, I've been on the PBC board for about 6 years. I have construction industry experience for about 20. When I first got appointed to the Public Building Commission, one of my main goals was to be proactive, not just to be a vote, but to be a voice for our communities with these projects, but also for the people working on there and trying to assist as much as I could as a business representative to make sure that we have the right people from the communities on those projects. Also on the being proactive part of it, with the partnership between the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters and the Public Building Commission, we were able to create a safety partnership between both offices. We always pride ourselves on time and under budget, but we also have to take pride on our work and to make sure that these residents that are working on these projects go home the same way they came in. So that's been our number one goal, and it's been proven to work well, especially now that we're going through this pandemic in regards to our safety program. It's prior to this actually hitting in March, between the PBC, the Chicago Regional Council, and myself, we actually sat down and created some sort of program to advise the people on the job site on how to be safe. Now, if we wouldn't have taken this proactive approach, I honestly believe that the consequences would have been a little bit worse than what we anticipated. It's, dealing with this pandemic is not something like we have a handbook and it tells us exactly what we need to do during a pandemic, but it actually helped out into making sure that the residents and the people that are working on those projects, like I said before, are better taken care of. That's something that I continue to push on. Like I said, I take pride into being a representative there at the PBC for this great city, but also for our communities and our residents. And I would probably, represent to the best of my, continue to represent to the best of my ability. And if there's any other questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. I do not see any hands up. So with that, if there are no questions by committee members, do I hear a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Villegas.
Alderman Villegas moves to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item's passed. Congratulations and look forward to continue working with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman.
All right. Our next item is, next appointment is a 2020-118, the reappointment of David Whitley as a member of the Public Building Commission. David?
Thank you, Chairman Tooney, and to the members of the committee. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and now we can see you.
Thank you, sir. My name again is David Todd Whitley, as you stated. I come before the committee seeking confirmation for my reappointment as a member of the Public Building Commission. I am a proud and lifelong member, or a lifelong resident, excuse me, of Chicago, having attended grade school, high school, and college here in our city, born and raised in the Roseland community. By profession, I am celebrating this year 17 years as a pastor of one of the legendary churches in our city, Corinthian Temple Church of God in Christ, founded by my grandfather, the late Bishop Benny Allison. And our church is in West Garfield Park community. And we are a church without walls. And so we're very much involved in the life of our community, providing services to hundreds and thousands of individuals. In that same regard, I serve as the president of our community-based organization entitled United for Better Living, where we really emphasize adult literacy, youth development, computer training, senior services, and teaching people how to start and manage successful small businesses. I serve as the chair of the faith-based committee for the 11th District Police Department. So again, an opportunity to give back to our community where we really rally residents, nonprofit organizations, clergy, pastors in our community around safety and community goodwill. In terms of my profession in finance and banking, 20 plus years working for some of the largest and most recognizable banks in our city before I started to pastor, and also at a period of time served as a financial consultant to churches and nonprofit organizations as they were looking to secure funding to expand or increase their work and what they were trying to do and their properties. And so between community service, being a pastor on the front line in our community, and then 20 plus years in the banking industry, I'm able to bring that level of experience and voice and push, if you will, to the PBC in making sure not only that our city is beautiful from our various public buildings, but we also have a high representation of minority and women-owned businesses. And so I look forward to serving, working with our mayor and each of you. And I love our city, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the Public Building Commission and seek to do so for another term. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Questions by committee members? Alderman Walter Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a blessing to have the pastor on board. He's very active on the west side. He cares about people. He cares about the community. He's been doing a great job thus far. I support him being reappointed to this body, to that body.
Thank you, Alderman.
I thank you, Alderman, and I do not see other hands up. If there are no further questions by committee members, do I hear a motion to pass?
Alderman Hopkins moves to pass.
That was used to determine quorum. Alderman Brian Hopkins moves to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. Congratulations, David.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. I couldn't find my raise hand button.
All right. Would you want to say a few words on the appointment?
Yes, just thank you so much. First of all, I commend the mayor for this appointment, but also
thank you.
I just want to go into the fact of importance of the Public Building Commission and the importance of it for making sure that entities, our public entities, are utilizing PBC. There are great opportunities there in the PBC, especially for vendors as we try to get minority vendors in different programs and get them making sure that they get opportunities. I think the public has to set the stage for that as it relates even to the private industry. So if we're not doing that on the public side, and then the private industry sometimes say, well, the PBC is not even doing it, you know? So those things become important in how we utilize the PBC, but making sure that CPS is using them heavily when they're doing work, the Park District, and I think there was a time that they were heavily used, and I think there's been some drop off. And so that is going to be very critical to me because we don't need, we need to look at our pricing structures there and make sure that we're competitive as well without breaking the bank on us. And so those things are important to me. And I want to make sure that Mr. Whitley, as a member of that.
Duly noted. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Alderman. Duly noted.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity. I'm sorry I was slow clicking.
No problem. No problem, David. All right. So we did move that item by moved by Hopkins, and hearing no objection, the item is passed. All right. The last appointment we have today is A 2020-119, the reappointment of Olga Camargo as a member of the Public Building Commission. For the record, on your files, there was a typo on the agenda listing the item as A 2020-117. The correct listing is A 2020-119. So, Olga.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. My name is Olga Camargo, and I'm also here before the committee seeking the confirmation for my reappointment to the Public Building Commission. Like some of my other fellow board members on the PBC, I have also been a Chicago resident, did all of for a long time, since 1977, and have been gone through the CPS education, and then also to UIC, University of Illinois Chicago, where I received both my undergrad and graduate degrees. I have been a longtime supporter of our nonprofits here in the city. That's something that very much speaks to me and my family because my family has been helped out by nonprofits. And so I feel an obligation and also a desire to be able to support our nonprofits. What I do professionally is I'm a financial advisor. I very much I enjoy my work because I feel that there is a lot of leveling of the playing field that needs to get done, especially as it relates to helping individuals become retirement ready and retiring with dignity, and making sure that the right programs are in place for them to be able to do that. And so I have been working actually with a lot of nonprofits to be able to do that, especially with frontline staff. I feel that, again, a big thing for me as a nonprofit because what they do in terms of correcting a lot of the things that we see in our society, and they're very important and they're important to me. I would like to continue my work on the PBC because as we've done, I think, like a tremendous job, but I think that more can be done in my view. I have seen that about 2 years ago, the PBC was able to get about 20 minority business enterprise and women business enterprises approved to work on 17 CPS projects, capital improvement projects, and that was fantastic. But I'd like to see more of that, and specifically more of it as it relates to women minorities, because MBEs, we have to make sure obviously that everyone's included, but we also have to make a bigger effort when it comes down to helping minority women. And so that's basically why I want to continue to be a part of it, to make hopefully a bigger difference. Thank you. And if there are any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. We have a few questions from committee members. I'll start with Alderman Walter Burnett.
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. First of all, I want to commend Olga and the mayor for this reappointment. I actually served with her. She's very conscientious and very concerned about folks being treated fairly, but also it's always good to have a financial perspective on the planning commission with us, because you can see things from a different light, and how economic development will affect other communities. So I think it's great to have a person with her perspective on the plan commission. We have a lot of architects and some builders and some other folks on there. It's good to have that diversity, but also seeing her being a Latina female and concerned about non-for-profits.
Mm-hmm.
She has many perspectives, and she bring all of that to the plan commission. And I appreciate serving with her, and I think it'd be great for her to be reappointed to this committee. And we really should be paying folks to be on these things, because just like the zoning committee, Mr. Chairman, as you know, you and I are both on the plan commission. They are long meetings, and they don't get paid. So we appreciate them volunteering to give their civic service to the city of Chicago.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chairman. I can certainly attest to Olga Camargo's significant history in our community in working to better the lives of community residents, bringing a very holistic perspective. She certainly has a deep understanding of the business world and financial and personal management, but she works to build people's wealth, and that perspective is important. I think what Ms. Camargo mentioned about investing more, particularly in minority women, is very important. I think she brings a very clear perspective into every room that she walks into, and it's much needed. And I certainly support this reappointment, and thank you for your service, Ms. Camargo. And thank you for, coming from our community and being the best of our community and representing us very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Our Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, I want to speak up on this appointment. This is a really great appointment. Olga has been on the PBC. This is her second term. And some of the questions that she's posed to folks wanting to do business at the PBC are in line with what it is that we're trying to accomplish about leveling the playing field, making sure there's diversity and parity with folks that are actually working on the projects, as well as the folks that are actually building the project. So this is a great great reappointment, and I look forward to supporting her confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more hands up. No further questions by committee members. Do I hear a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Alderman Rodriguez so moves.
Alderman Rodriguez moves to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, Olga, and that concludes our appointments.
Thank you.
All right. So going back to the first item on the addendum to the agenda. Mayoral application 2008, the amendment of the municipal code sections 17-7-0600 and 17-13-0500 by modifying provisions governing special character overlay districts. We have Cindy Rubick from the Department of Planning and Development here to testify in the matter and answer any questions. Nicole, we had briefings for the committee members last week, and it was an interesting conversation, and I think Cindy is here to talk on the item. Cindy.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman Tunney, and thank you to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
I've been told we might have a substitute on this. Do we?
It looks like, can you hear me, Chairman Tunney? It looks like
I can hear you.
Great. It looks like I need to be able to share my screen. I need the host to
Yes,
enable me.
I just did. This is tech support.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
I'm still not able to. I'm working on both my phone and my laptop, so
From your laptop. Okay, hold on.
the laptop is the one with my video on.
Okay, now you should be able to.
Thank you. Okay, are you able to see my screen, everyone?
PowerPoint, I think we are.
Great, thank you, Chairman.
Now,
All right,
before we get started, Cindy,
yes.
do we have a substitute on the ordinance?
Yes, and that should have been provided to you all.
All right, well, we have to accept it into the
Okay.
committee. So can I get a motion to accept the substitute by the
So moved, Chairman, Alderman Lopez.
determined form? Alderman Lopez moves. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the substitute is in front of us now, Cindy, so you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairman. All right, in our existing zoning code, we have special character overlay districts. Sorry, and these are areas designated by the Chicago zoning code that enables additional requirements for neighborhoods or areas that have unique physical characteristics that are generally not present in other areas of the city. So you see on the map, the citywide map on the right, these are showing the existing overlay districts. We have several that are in residential neighborhoods, Norwood Park on the far northwest side, North Southport, Roscoe Street, Sheridan Park, near North. We also have some overlay zoning districts that overlap landmark districts. You can see there's one on the far south side in Longwood Drive. There's one in Burling Street. Dover Street overlaps as well, and Astor Street Landmark District overlaps as well. And then we have some overlays that are more for the industrial corridors or special use areas, such as in the North Branch Industrial Corridor. There's an overlay there, as well as the Kinsey Industrial Corridor. And then the big X, the big purple X that you see, that is around Midway Airport, to make sure that the flight paths and the heights of the buildings along those flight paths are within safe regulations. The zoning code today, however, is very technical in nature. It's really kind of identifies setbacks or lot sizes or heights. So it's very numerically based. For example, in Sheridan Park, and this is a photo on the bottom left of this neighborhood, you know, it requires larger front setbacks consistent with the pattern of the front yards in that neighborhood, and it ranges from 30 feet to 40 feet front yard setback, depending on the sub-district of that overlay. Midway Airport, as I mentioned before, this is really just limiting building heights to either 30 feet or based on the distance that property is from the airport. And then Longwood Drive, there's a photo here right below this descriptor. And this overlay requires both larger lots and larger front yard setbacks. As you can see, this has a very unique character and historic development pattern in this area with large lots, large front yard setbacks. And again, this is just identified in the zoning code, you know, by their technical requirements. So what we found though, however, was, you know, we started working with this community group in Englewood several years ago. They had asked the department the community residents had asked the department to provide more design guidelines for this area, specifically for both rehabilitation and new construction. And you know, we started looking at this, but we don't really currently have a tool that allows for design guidelines in an area like this that did not qualify for landmark designation. So this is the purpose of us wanting to revise this tool and improve it so that we can add this layer of having district specific design guidelines so that there's a little bit more options and process involved in how these communities are modified moving forward. So, and of course, this is just a study area right now. The boundary can be modified as part of our future community engagement process once this enabling legislation is passed by City Council and this committee. So the goals to modify the character overlay district ordinance, we want to provide clear expectations for new construction and rehabilitation through district specific design guidelines. We want to build community consensus and involvement through the overlay designation process, as well as getting input from the community residents for the district specific design guidelines. And then we want to make sure that DPD also can prioritize the designations of new overlay districts based on city goals and also our planning staff capacity. And then new construction on really any vacant lot, but also city-owned land within these new overlay districts would then need to comply with the district specific guidelines. So that would be a layered kind of development approach. So again, these are the proposed revisions. We want to allow for district-specific design guidelines for new overlay districts. We want to encourage the rehabilitation of character buildings. We will be requiring community meeting information and a summary of the residents' input to be made available to the public. And we also want to, the revision also clarifies the process for overlay boundaries that overlap multiple wards. So for new overlay districts, all of those have to be processed through a separate ordinance, and DPD would still be required to notify the impacted aldermen and to coordinate with them and do public outreach with mailed noticing requirements, community meetings in the affected wards, and then review and approval by this committee and City Council. So in terms of timeline, we had started work last fall with a consultant to try to analyze this tool that is utilized in the name for this tool is kind of used differently elsewhere in other cities in the country. But, you know, we wanted to find out their best practices and research a little bit more about how best we should implement this tool for Chicago. And the consultant also identified the proposed boundaries and surveyed the proposed character buildings in our study area. And we have briefed impacted aldermen and select residents and some advocacy partners as well. And the design guidelines template draft is ongoing. So of course, we're here today at the hearing, and then the vote at City Council in the middle of October. And then we would begin to start the process for the official community meetings and reviewing the proposed study area boundary, reviewing the character buildings and the draft design guidelines for that example we showed you in Englewood. And then ideally, you know, if all things go smoothly, we would submit the legislation for that specific designation overlay by early next year. And that's the end of my presentation. I can stop sharing if you have any questions.
All right. Committee members, Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Question, Cindy. I think in terms of these guidelines, I think that, you know, the Department of Planning spends quite a bit of resources looking at landmarking districts. A lot of the times, you know, yesterday we had a really, clear conversation about the rejection of this tool in particular, especially in low-income areas. Has the Department of Planning has put any thought into actually looking at demolition reform and what we need to do in order for us to address demolitions, you know, have a different approach to that? I'm just really concerned about the amount of resources that we devote to landmarking in areas that, you know, Englewood or Pilsen or other areas where homeowners are asking for support and help. A lot of these guidelines, you know, and I hear from people in Old Town and other districts that are not particularly pleased with the guidelines and the process. I honestly have not even been briefed on kind of the guidelines or what the consultants, you know, are even discussing. But my concern is that I do think we're putting a lot of energy into landmarking when, you know, there are a lot of issues that homeowners have. So have you looked into, you know, what we can do to address demolitions and what, I mean, I tell you right now, I think.
Chairman, point of order. Are we talking about this ordinance or is maybe Cindy?
I wasn't speaking on the
Well, hold
I
on.
wasn't speaking.
Hold on a second. Chairman Wagasback on a point of information. Chairman Wagasback.
Is Alderman Cicho referring to something in this ordinance about demolition that I missed?
Let me answer. The fact is, I think Cindy in our briefings talked about that character overlay does not strictly prohibit demolitions. And I think that's where Alderman Cicho Lopez is going about resources and maybe demolition reform. But that's the way I see it.
You're correct, Chairman. This ordinance does not include a prevention of demolition. We're encouraging the rehabilitation of character buildings, but this tool does not prevent the demolitions.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's different. It's different than the landmark designation ordinance.
Right. All right. So I think Alderman Cicho Lopez was just talking about the abundance of resources and, you know, how we can use the ordinance that's in front of us to help communities, especially low-income communities, and how they can stay in their community and retain the character, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that's important. And for example, I think Englewood is also considered a low-income community, and they approached DPD. This community approached us because they wanted to have more, you know, involvement in and have design guidelines to kind of make sure that as they continue to grow their community and as investment does come into their community, that it is consistent and it works well with the existing kind of character that's already established and, you know, they're already proud of.
Okay. Scott, are you good with that? And then can we move on?
Yeah, I thought there was something changed from the briefing that we got and what he was, Alderman Cicho Lopez was referring to. So I'm
Okay.
clearer now. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, again, it was, I think, related to this because I know that the conversations about landmarking, right, revolve about demolition. So what I was referring about is particularly, when it comes to low-income communities, right, where a lot of these tools are being now presented to, right? So that's what I understand, this may not have to do with that, but it's relevant to the conversation. Especially, today we heard at least 3 testimonies on residents who are really concerned about this tool in particular. So that was, and I understand this is about, making it more local, like guidelines that are more tailored to specific areas. But again, I hear some concerns, so in terms of the outreach, and I think what communities, I know that you have done some outreach with existing districts, right? That's what I'm understanding. Perhaps,
No, I'm sorry, not with existing districts. These would be proposed overlay districts.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So when it comes to like proposed districts, are you looking in any particular districts? Because that wasn't clear. Was it proposed or new districts? And so what are the districts that you're looking at?
So yeah, we would not change the existing overlay districts. Those were shown in purple in the first map. And then the one that we're studying is in Inglewood. We're also studying one in Bronzeville.
And
so far,
Cindy, correct me if I'm wrong, the impetus to even consider an overlay district is going to be driven by the community and the local alderman. This is not something, talk about resources. We don't have resources to go around as department heads and find out where we need special overlay districts. But I wanted to just emphasize to the committee members that the catalyst for this is the alderman working with their community group. And it might work well for, well, as you said in your testimony, we've already had that impetus in Englewood and in certain areas of Bronzeville. But by no means are we trying to individually pick and choose what overlay districts might be appropriate for the city without the aldermanic catalyst and community involvement, correct?
That's absolutely true. And the process for approval is through city council.
Right.
So that's absolutely true.
Alderman Lopez, Cicho Lopez? Do you have other questions?
No, that's it, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. Let me see if I've got other hands up. All right. If there are no further questions by committee members, do I hear a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Do pass, Chairman.
Alderman Pat Dowell moves to pass as revised. Any objections to that revised motion? Revised amendment, I should say. Hearing none, the item is passed as amended. Thank you. And
thank you.
All right, we're going to take one item out of order in the morning session, and that's because we have one of our, I think our fire commissioner people that has to leave. So we will go now to mayoral application 2010, the amendment of municipal code titles 2, 4, 5, 11, 13, 14A, 14B, 14E, 14R, 14X, 15 and 17 regarding technical corrections and adjustments related to building construction provisions. And we have Acting Commissioner Matt Boudreau from the Department of Buildings and others here to testify on the matter. Matt.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, for the record,
before you continue, I know we've got a summary for all these different sections that I'm looking at now, so I hope the members of the committee have them for,
they got a lot of attachments.
for questions.
Yeah.
We have a busy agenda today, but with that being said, Matt, carry on.
Sure. Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Matt Baudet, Acting Commissioner for the Department of Buildings. The ordinance before you contains technical corrections and adjustments to the Chicago construction codes and corresponding provisions of the Municipal Code of Chicago. As some of you may recall, in April of 2019, the council enacted the first comprehensive revision of the Chicago Building Code in nearly 70 years. Pursuant to that ordinance, those changes began phasing in last December and became mandatory for most permits applications starting on August 1st. As we committed to you when the ordinance passed, during the phase-in period, we've continued to listen to our talented and experienced building inspectors and plan reviewers, our colleagues in fire and law, and many organizations, building owners, architects, engineers, and construction professionals who work with these codes every day. From their comments, we've identified some technical corrections and adjustments reflected in this ordinance. These memos will make the construction codes clearer and more concise for all users. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I do have Deputy Commissioner Grant Ulrich is also with us on the call, as is, I believe, John Javorka from the fire department. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Alderman Ray Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you again, Matt. I do have a couple questions regarding this ordinance. I did have a chance, and I do appreciate, Commissioner, you reaching out to see if I had any questions to avoid last year's dust up. But I do have two pertinent questions.
Sure.
First off, I noticed a number of these amendments deal with going predominantly pre-2019, or in certain cases, pre-2018. I'm assuming those run in parallel to when the major overhaul of the codes were made. Why are we going backwards to before the code change, the major code changes, as opposed to whatever the standard is that we set forth when the overhauls happened?
I think Grant and John could probably elaborate a little bit further, but we did identify some, I believe, some issues in the old code that people thought were good and weren't really addressed properly in the new code. But if Grant or John could elaborate further.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. And Chairman Tunney, we do, I think, have a substitute on this. I don't know if there was a motion for that, but as to the—
You're right, and let me move to accept the substitute. Do I have a motion to move?
So moved, Chairman. Alderman Lopez, so moved.
Alderman Lopez moves to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitute is accepted and in front of us. Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. And Alderman Lopez, to your question, especially in the electrical section, it was some sort of clarifications, longstanding. It's not really necessarily a change, but there was some clarifying language that was in the pre-2018 electrical code that the industry was used to, and asked that it be reinserted just to clarify some things that are the way we have done things in Chicago for a long time. And then there are a number of things in the pre-2019 building code. We have a lot of existing conditions. So one thing that the pre-2019 building code allowed longer dead-end corridors. So we have a lot of existing longer than allowed by the model code dead-end corridors in existing, especially office buildings. And so recognizing that we don't want people to have to rip those out immediately if they're doing some minor remodeling in an office floor, we needed to add some language, and we worked with BOMA Chicago and other groups to develop that language.
Awesome. Thank you, Grant. Love the headphones, by the way.
They help.
And then, Commissioner, I know we've had quite a lengthy amount of discussions in this council with regarding needing to make some fire department upgrades and improvements over the last year or so. And I see that you've made a number of new enhancements at the request of the fire department. Are there any in particular that are seismic in their scope and change, or are they pretty much basic and rudimentary? I did notice, and I was surprised, I think one of the last ones in the back regarding the petroleum fire heaters. I'm assuming that is also to allow for businesses to operate outdoors now in the wintertime, things of that nature?
Yes, that's correct. In a lot of our discussions that we've also had with the outdoor dining, Buildings and Fire pointed out some portions of the current code that really wouldn't accommodate that. And I commend Grant and John Javorka working very hard together on these provisions. And again, if Grant or John wish to elaborate a little bit further on those.
Well, actually, Commissioner, before they do, it was for my colleagues' edification, page 3 of the summaries, Article 6, Section 59. Are there any other parts of the substitute that also will be impacting the businesses with regards to the fire department for the outdoor dining and things of that nature? Or is this the only one?
I think there may be a couple more that Grant and John can elaborate on. Again, I believe it does give the fire department rulemaking authority for some of these provisions as it deals with fire safety and fuel gas, as opposed to lengthy tables in amending in the code. So I think it does give flexibility for the case-by-case basis on some of these outdoor dining areas, exactly what they're using, geodome versus tents and the like, and the close proximity to other businesses or buildings. But again, if John or Grant wish to elaborate on that a little bit further.
So Grant Ulrich again, Deputy Commissioner Buildings. With respect to outdoor dining, that provision that you identified, Alderman Lopez, is really the only one that was needed. We did, I think, work very closely with BACP and the other departments, the mayor's office, to provide some other guidance to businesses looking to do outdoor dining. But that was an area where we did need to propose this code amendment to give fire authority to issue rules for the safe use of propane gas for outdoor areas.
Thank you. I think if I could make just one more recommendation to you both, is that for you and for fire, is that I think we also need to look at the possibility of including waivers for tent space and restrictions as they relate to having to have 10 feet of curb space when you allow for a tent. Because in some of our tighter neighborhoods, we seem to be having an issue trying to accommodate sidewalk, street, and tents if we're to try and move forward with any kind of outdoor dining situations that do not include miniature globes or whatever those other little things are. If we're actually going to do a larger scale tent, it's almost impossible within certain neighborhoods where you have tighter streets to accommodate that. So I would recommend, if we can, look at that relatively quickly as we're allowing these kind of heaters and things of that nature, so that the rest of our neighborhoods could actually participate in some of these programs as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. Other questions? Hearing or seeing no hands up. Let me see where we at.
I'd move to pass, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Okay, so without further questions by committee members, Alderman Ray Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that revised or amended ordinance? Hearing no objections, the item is passed as amended. Thank you. And while we're on that page, I'm gonna do one more out of order, because I know we're gonna go back to the air quality one, which we might have a little bit more discussion on. But I'm going to move on to one landmark designation on the addendum. That's OR 2020-4114, the historical landmark designation for the former Schlitz Brewing Tide House at 9401 South Hewing Avenue. So do we have Ms. Cavallo on?
We have Dan Claiborne.
Oh, Dan Claiborne, I'm sorry. Or Claiborne.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Dan Kleiber with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm here today with a proposed ordinance for the landmark designation of the former Schlitz Brewery Tide House, constructed in 1907 and located at 9401 South Ewing Avenue. DPD staff have received the signed consent to the designation from the property's owners, Laura and Mike Medina. As you may know, brewery tide houses were buildings built around the turn of the last century that housed taverns that were directly owned and commissioned by larger breweries to sell only the alcohol produced by that brewer. In part, these tide houses were seen as more legitimate places to consume alcohol in the face of the rising opposition to it. Back in 2011, the Landmarks Commission approved a total of 9 such tide houses They are depicted in front of you, including a horse stable building for landmark designation. In 2019, the Tide House located at 9401 South Ewing Avenue was suggested to the program committee of the Chicago Landmarks Commission for landmark designation by its current owners, Mike and Laura Medina. To help orient you, the subject building is located at the southeast corner of South Ewing Avenue and East 94th Street in the 10th Ward and northernmost portion of the East Side community area. It is located just south of the Ewing Avenue Bridge that spans the Calumet River and just to the west of the former Iroquois Steel Facility and Lake Michigan. The Commission on Chicago Landmarks found that the proposed designation met 3 criteria for landmark designation: heritage, architecture, and theme, as well as the separate integrity criteria. The significant historical and architectural features of the building to be preserved are all exterior elevations, including roof lines. Both Preservation Chicago and Landmarks Illinois are in full support of the designation, as well as Alderwoman Garza. Thank you.
All right. Questions from committee members? Actually, Dan, I have a question. In this photo here, on the, I don't know what, the Ewing side, I think. So they had the original windows on that elevation there. If there was a renovation, would they, because it's been talked about various times about the cost, if, would they have to, what would they do? Do you have the original, what that looked like?
We do. Actually, the owners are trying to locate. There was a stained glass window that was in the in that portion that is boarded over, and any permit for that, would have to, respect the the opening that's there, of course, as well as any other materiality of a new window. They wouldn't necessarily have to put in the original stained glass window that they are actually trying to locate themselves. They think they actually know where this window is located. But any window that would go into that opening would have to respect the facade, of course.
And then I see there's a security gates on the doors and the windows. They could, that's no problem with landmarking?
I wouldn't want to speak for my permit staff, but yes, I think that would be no problem at all to remove those gates. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from committee members? And we do have a letter of support from Alderman Sedlowski Garza. So, all right. Can I get a motion?
Alderman Riley moves to pass.
Who is that? Alderman
Riley.
Alderman
Riley.
Okay. So without any further questions, Alderman Riley moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that?
Cheers.
Hearing none other than cheers, the item is passed. All right, now we're going to go back to the air quality mayoral ordinance. Okay, so the last item on the morning agenda is mayoral application 2009, the amendment of municipal code title 17 regarding requirements associated with manufacturing and in planned manufacturing districts. We have zoning administrator Patrick Murphy from DPD here to testify in the matter and answer any questions. I also believe we have a substitute on this. Okay, so before we hear from Patrick, can I get a motion to accept the substitute?
Move to accept the substitute, Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback moves to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitute is in front of us. All right, Patrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. Angela, do you want to start the testimony, or would you like me to start about the ordinance itself? Well, okay, I will go ahead and go into the details on the ordinance, Alderman, and then I will turn it over to Angela from the mayor's office.
Actually, Patrick, we're going to go in reverse. I'm going to pull up my screen right here, if you can hear me.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Tunney and members of the Zoning Committee for your time today and the opportunity to discuss number 020-4590, which is an amendment to the Municipal Code Title 17. My name is Angela Tovar, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer here at the City of Chicago. I'm going to begin today by providing you with an overview of the city's air quality reform agenda, which is important context for folks to understand the long-term commitment that this administration has made to reform. I will then turn it over to Patrick, our zoning administrator, who will provide more specific details of the zoning ordinance. We will both be on hand to answer questions, and we will be joined by our colleagues from CDPH who are also available to answer questions. Today's zoning ordinance is part of a broader air quality reform agenda that was announced by Mayor Lightfoot and is aimed at mitigating environmental harm and air quality issues in our communities. The agenda features 3 short-term strategies: the zoning ordinance, which we are here to talk about today, the air quality and health report, which was released in July, and large recycling facility rules, which were enacted by CDPH in June. The long-term strategy for the reform agenda includes creation of an environmental equity working group, the revision of existing rules for demolitions, rock crushing, and recycling facilities, and new laws and regulations to evaluate the cumulative impact of polluting businesses, strengthening of permitting requirements over businesses who emit air pollution, and reforms to the city's inspection process. Our reform agenda overall is guided by data that is outlined in CDPH's Air Quality and Health Report. This report uses community-level data and research that was conducted by CDPH to show each neighborhood's vulnerability to the effects of air pollution. I want to be clear in saying that this analysis does not just look at pollution levels and sites that cause pollution around the city. So if you're seeing areas in red, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's just one hotspot of pollution. It also includes health and social factors to show where environmental pollution is likely to do the greatest harm. This report suggests which areas need to be prioritized when we look at efforts to reduce pollution and ensure environmental justice. While the city overall faces significant issues related to air quality, the areas of concern are communities of color, particularly on the far south, southeast, and west sides of our city, especially those that are in close proximity to major highways and concentrated industry. I want to be clear that the zoning ordinance alone will not resolve this issue of environmental overburden that is highlighted on this map. And we as an administration will need to keep actively advancing our reform agenda forward, which is something that my colleagues and I are deeply committed to doing. This ordinance is aimed at providing a more rational and proactive approach to our zoning and planning for industrial businesses. This proposed ordinance will impose a new independent land use review over the opening or expansion of facilities so that we can understand and mitigate any adverse impacts to ensure that the proposed development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area. The ordinance will also require a public hearing that gives stakeholders and aldermen a voice in the placement of intensive sites in their neighborhood. This is something that is not in existence right now. So to summarize the proposed ordinance, it eliminates certain uses from the city limits, including mining, landfills, and incinerators, permanently closing the doors on these types of facilities. It reclassifies certain uses from of right to special use, which requires a more stringent review process, and it requires plan development review and approval for most large industrial land uses if they are within 660 feet of a residential business or commercial district, or if the site exceeds 10 acres. It's important for us to mention that this ordinance was developed with feedback from elected officials, environmental groups, and industry groups. We believe that the city of Chicago is on a path toward more equitable economic growth, And this is a way in which we can create a mindful process that prioritizes the health and safety of our residents, workers, and other community stakeholders. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Murphy, who will walk you through the ordinance in more detail.
Hi, thank you, Angela. Chairman, can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Yes,
Patrick.
we can.
hear you. Patrick, we're
Okay,
good.
very good. Sorry, I'm having some technology difficulties in my office. So good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Patrick Murphy with the Department of Planning and Development. As Angela said, I'm here to discuss the proposed changes to certain sections of the Chicago Municipal Code as they relate to the elimination of certain manufacturing-based land uses, adjustments of the legislative review process, and use standards associated with certain manufacturing-based land uses, and modifications to retail activities allowed in manufacturing zoning districts in the city of Chicago. I'd first like to note that there's a substitute ordinance, which was discussed before, and I'd like the committee to accept the substitute for consideration today. The substitute addresses the erroneous typographical exclusion from the original ordinance amendment that was introduced by now assigning container storage, freight terminals, and outdoor storage of raw materials as a principal use as being subject to plan development triggers.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Patrick, are you able to expand your screen so that, or enlarge in the print? I can't even read that, and I can't expand it.
And by the way, Patrick, we accepted the substitute. All right.
Thank you, sir. Angela or Lucia, could you maybe zoom it in by half, and then I could walk through if there's questions on specific line items?
I don't think I don't have the ability to do that. What we can do, would it be okay if we email the Alderwoman a copy of the ordinance?
Yes, and Alderman, we can also get to a summary that has that chart in it.
I believe we've already, I think we've already sent it to Alderman Dow as to all the other committee members, but she might not have it there in her printed copy in her office. Pat, you want us to resend it to you?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's
All right, well, let's walk through line by line with this, Patrick, when we go through. It's only one page, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll proceed. I'll go through some details, and then yes, we can go through the chart line by line if we need to, or talk about some specifics. So the zoning details, as reflected in the proposed substitute ordinance amendment, are designed to focus as follows. 1, the elimination of mining, excavation, public and private incinerators, sanitary landfills, and daycare uses from various manufacturing and planned manufacturing districts. 2, for intensive manufacturing, production, and industrial services, container storage, freight movement, certain recycling classifications, windrow composting, warehousing, wholesaling, freight terminals, and the outdoor storage of raw materials as a principal use, all proposals would require a mandatory special use with intensive manufacturing, production and industrial services, container storage, freight terminals, certain recycling classifications, as are shown on the bottom of that list, windrow composting, and the outdoor storage of raw materials as a principal use, also triggering an automatic plan development if their site exceeds 10 acres, or if they're located within 660 feet of a residential, business, commercial, or parks and open space district. Conversely, if a type 1 zoning map amendment is proposed for certain sensitive uses, such as residential, daycare, hospital, parks and open space, school, restaurant with an outdoor patio, or other outdoor assembly uses, and it will be within 660 feet of the previously listed intensive industrial uses, those items shown on the chart, then such uses are subject to special use review and approval unless they otherwise trigger a plan development. Finally, regarding retail activities, in manufacturing districts, we are proposing to limit the general public's access to products produced on site to the lesser of 20% of the gross floor area or 3,000 square feet. Today, such 3,000 square foot cap does not exist. For sales of products not produced on site, whether in a manufacturing or planned manufacturing district, the general public will be precluded from entry and allowed space will only be regulated by the 20% gross floor area calculation. Thank you again, Chairman and members of the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those details or that chart.
All right. Well, let me ask a couple of questions while I don't see a hand up yet. And again, most of my colleagues, if not all of them, were on the call. My question was currently, and this is probably Angela, obviously landfills would be strictly prohibited in the city if this passed. And currently we don't have any landfills. So what do we do as Chicagoans with all the material? Where does it go?
That is right, Chair. Thank you for that question. Like most major cities across the country, Chicago does export its waste. We have landfilling, we contract with landfilling facilities outside of the city. As the Chief Sustainability Officer, I will say, and I believe that this is a value that's shared amongst this administration. We have to do better, and we are in the process of looking at a comprehensive waste study to better understand how we can divert more, how we can recycle better, and how investments in reuse is a growing economy and could potentially be a job generator for the city of Chicago. We will be sharing additional information about that study as it becomes available, but we certainly cannot just continue to rely on landfilling and business as usual when it comes to our waste.
All right, my second question is, we had a fair amount of witnesses and or letters about warehousing, specifically as a subcategory that whether it's an expansion of an additional or a new facility or a spec facility that doesn't really have tenants yet. And their concern is generally before it's been by right, and they would like to see that less intensive. That's all in the eyes of the beholder, to be by right and not special use. So would you be able to talk about that? Either Patrick or Angela?
I mean, I'm happy, Chairman, this is Patrick. I'm happy to go through some of the discussions or the internal analysis we've done about that, about the zoning legislative distinctions. The long and the short of it is a lot of these facilities, the TDL facilities, already either trigger a plan development under some of the scenarios absent the PMD because of their size, or there are many of them that are already located or planned to be located within planned manufacturing districts and would trigger a plan development because of their proximity to a regulated waterway. So the criteria on those uses would not change under this scenario. The benefit to those operators, especially the ones that are doing from the spec standpoint, is that a plan development does not require the disclosure of tenancy and doesn't go into the uniquely specific operational details that the zoning board would want to see. And so in a lot of these cases, these TDL facilities, while they will have a legislative process they'll have to go through where they did not in some cases before, they won't have the additional step of needing to require or needing to disclose operators that they may not have under contract and might not for a number of years. I would just add that the PD triggers that we are now proposing for the plan development zoning districts mirror the requirements that already exist in the M districts today. So while we are including additional regulations about the proximity to certain sensitive uses, there were already proximity requirements in the M district, and the size triggers are simply being repeated from what's already required today in the M districts as well.
Okay, I failed to mention that there are co-sponsors on the air quality ordinance. That's Alderman Rodriguez, Cardenas, and Sedlowski Garza. I know Alderman Rodriguez is a member of the committee, so I didn't see your hand up, Mike. I don't know whether you wanted to speak on the ordinance or you're still on the call.
Yeah, Chairman, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Correct. Okay. So Mike, you're a co-sponsor on this and a member of the committee.
Sure, and you know, I may ask some questions later, but I did want to, you know, thank Patrick Murphy and Angela Tawad for, you know, talking with folks. I think that in my case, you know, there's some things in this ordinance that I would have preferred to gone farther on, but on any of these endeavors, you know, compromise is important. But I think this is a good first step forward. I think, you know, considering the number of environmental issues that we have in our city and the real demand from advocates to speak to those issues, I think it's, you know, high time that we take these steps forward. They seem to be very practical steps, very pragmatic steps, in my opinion, and lay the framework for good movement forward in our zoning codes. I think we need to have more community input and dialogue when it comes to these types of developments. And that's why I'm supportive of this ordinance, and we'll get into the details in the next set of questions. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, Alderman. I see committee members with their hands up, and I'll start in the order of Marie Haddon, Raymond Lopez, and then Byron Cicho Lopez, followed by Patrick Thompson. But I do want to say to Angela, I see Patrick is on the call. I think there was a question, I'm sure he's going to bring it up. Did you get in touch with the Stockyards industrial people?
No, I did not. I reached out to Alderman Thompson and asked for a contact, but I was unable to get that information in time for this hearing.
All right, I just wanted, because I was part of that discussion, and I see his hand up, and I know he's going to go down that road. All right, Alderwoman Haddon.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Angela and Patrick. My first question is actually just a clarification on the substitute language, and you guys said it. I just need you to say it again for me to make sure where that falls in. So the substitute now includes, right, the warehouses, wholesaling and freight movements to be subject to a planned development review. That is, did I understand that correctly? As opposed to the ZBA process, or did I get it backwards?
No, this is Patrick. So no, Alderman, that's incorrect. So the alternate is what happened. The warehousing and wholesaling and freight movement uses will only be subject to a special use with the revision. The container storage, freight terminal, and outdoor storage of raw materials as a principal use will now be subject to potentially a PD if they are of large enough scale.
Gotcha. And that's where the size requirement you mentioned would trigger that.
Right. The reference I was making about the plan development trigger is that if some of these warehousing operations, for instance, which is what a lot of these TDL facilities are otherwise known as, are established along or adjacent to a protected waterway, then that would be a plan development trigger that is separate and apart from that. But that's a rule that already exists today, independent of this ordinance.
Thank you for that clarification. So then my follow-up there, and you know, this is not my area of expertise, but thankfully we have a lot of folks who are experts and directly impacted by this in communities around Chicago. And so, you know, some of those residents have expressed concerns that this avenue does not provide significant enough protections, environmental protections specifically for residents. And I'm wondering if you guys could speak to that. So, you know, they've talked about how the plan development review has already built into just a lot more protections, you know, explicitly requiring minimization of exposure to noxious materials, for example. And, you know, what through this alternate process that you're proposing, will that look like? What are the environmental protections built in that are going to help our communities? And that question's for Patrick or Angela.
Sure, I can start, and I think that you know, Patrick or CDPH can jump in. I will say that I acknowledge the concerns of the community related to the impacts of warehousing as a sector, right? Especially because it's truck dependent. We have to think about that, especially as that's an emerging economy here in the city. That's something to consider. I will say that the plan development is only, as Patrick mentioned, right, that we're only talking about if the facility is within a PMD, which is already zoned for heavy industry. It's the opinion of this administration that a traffic management plan, which would be coordinated as part of the ZBA process, and also review of the facility by CDPH could result in sort of the same pollution control and traffic management measures, among other considerations. So we do feel like we do have the appropriate measures internally through the ZBA process to raise up and mitigate some of those concerns. We will be addressing it through that effort. I will also say that this administration is working with the industry, just given that it has been identified in our recovery report as a central piece of our economic growth. We're already working with this industry to think about more sustainability measures, such as vehicle electrification, and also thinking about the reuse of their, you know, these are buildings with large footprints. So how could we activate them for solar? I think is another opportunity for us to consider. So I would say that, yes, this is the first start of many parts of the pieces of the reform agenda that will come forward that will address these issues. And if you look at them collectively, I think that they will provide a tremendous impact on our communities.
That's helpful. And that brings me to, I guess, a second question as you talk about the ZBA process and what we kind of are going to look to measure. Is part of that process, will we be taking kind of baseline air quality measures to have something to compare to? So whether that's, you know, taking measurements of kind of these current places that we have mapped out, but even through a specific process, right? When someone's going through that special use permit process, or even for a new facility, will that include taking some of those baseline measurements so we can really track the impact of a before and after when there are changes involved?
I'm going to ask my colleagues at CDPH to answer that question, Alderwoman Haddon.
Sure. Good afternoon, Dave Graham, Assistant Commissioner with, and I don't have a video, sorry. Assistant Commissioner at Public Health. I oversee environmental permitting and inspections. I think the discussion moving forward is CDPH has been involved in a variety of air monitoring. So there's a limited number of sensors that are up in the city, and those are following US EPA guidelines on how you cite them, because buildings and adjacent to distance from buildings, height to buildings, all impact what those measurements, how those measurements are used, and those are strictly used for enforcement. So as we move forward and continue working on a variety of technologies that are out there, such as satellites, NASA has satellites that they're able to evaluate air quality. Those are things we will try to incorporate and look into. the issue with doing air monitoring at a specific site, there are a variety of issues. There could be off-site impacts that could be a concern. The wind direction seasonally changes. So going out and doing air sampling, it's a challenge, and it's something I think that we'll look to see how we can measure an impact in a neighborhood. So we are specifically thinking about that, and it's going to be part of a broader evaluation of how can you evaluate a business and then quantitatively determine what that impact would be. So those are things we're looking at.
Thanks, Mr. Graham. And I reckon, going back to budget season last year and hearing that we were pretty behind from CDPH on monitoring air quality. And I find this response, especially given the topic we're discussing, deeply unsatisfying. I can understand the difficulties, and a lot of what you've explained makes sense on not necessarily being able to attribute or pinpoint, right, certain problems. However, it didn't answer the question of whether, I guess maybe you did. It sounds like we don't have anything that's included in this process. As we're moving forward, we've named this ordinance like an air quality ordinance, even though it's a zoning ordinance. But it doesn't seem to actually have built in enough actions to allow us as council members, you as departments, or our residents to accurately and adequately track what improvements or negative impacts these things might have on air quality. So I'll say I would look for you guys to come with a little more than that. CDPH specifically on a real plan for air quality monitoring. I'll just say, I don't want to monopolize the time, so I have one more piece. We can follow up on air quality plans from CDPH later. The last piece is really,
if it warrants it, I will also add that CDPH can apply additional special conditions, and that's what I think that the important thing is. So I think Dave, in describing what he described, talks about how difficult it would be to establish this baseline, right? Given some of the changes in just wind flow and other challenges related to air quality. We certainly have measures in the city already. And I think that if it warrants it, right? If there is a piece of equipment or a deep concern around air quality related to a specific proposed development, CDPH does have the authority to apply special conditions, which would include monitors. So that is a possibility. I think that the important thing to say is we have to go through this review process to understand that. Right now, this process doesn't exist. And we will not know unless we do an intake of the facility what additional requirements are necessary to address that measure. So I just wanted to add that.
And so quickly, I responded to your question like exactly, but as Angela was saying, if we've got a business that's coming in and we've got a concern about real or perceived issues as far as dust, with our new rules, the large recycling rules, there are requirements for air monitoring. With the southeast side, we have air monitoring. And so that at the time when we meet with folks, we will, if we need to, we will make sure that we will apply some type of air monitoring. So I apologize for not answering your question fully.
No, and I'm sorry if I didn't understand it. I felt like it was a yes/no question. Angela, your response was helpful. So my last question there, could you speak a little bit? I know we've got co-sponsors, and so maybe my colleague Alderman Rodriguez can speak to this, but I guess from Angela and Patrick as well, what was the process for this? So especially seeing those maps in your presentation, we have residents living in places that are severely impacted, right, by changes, and hopefully they'll benefit from some of the improvements that you're making. How were they involved in the decision-making and the planning for this?
So this process was about 6 months long. Some of this work predates me in my role here at the city, but this was certainly something that I thought was important to pick up and to lift forward as part of our broader sustainability agenda. The work started internally as a conversation, just acknowledging especially after the analysis by CDPH and the understanding that we have to address and mitigate both environmental harm and air quality. So some of this is a conversation of departments coming together and acknowledging that there is an issue here and that there can be a multi-departmental effort, right? There are different levers that we can utilize to address this issue, zoning being one of them. So this work comes out of, leadership from the mayor's office, from zoning, from CDPH and other departments coming together to, create this ordinance, which, the mayor announced in July. In addition to that, it was important for us to socialize. And I will say that this is, there are concerns on both sides, right? There are concerns with industry folks who feel that this doesn't go, that goes too far, and that there are concerns from environmental groups that think that this doesn't go far enough. We try to land in a place where we acknowledge those deep concerns. We don't want to minimize anybody's concerns, right? They're valid. On one end, the industry is concerned about jobs and the growing economy. On the other end, we have people that have deep concerns about air quality and environmental harm. In a perfect world, those should not be in conflict, right? We should be able to do both. And I think that this is what this ordinance tries to achieve. But we did have engagement. We continue to have engagement with groups, industry groups, with environmental groups, with elected officials on this issue. This is a dialogue that will continue as we move forward with other pieces of this ordinance as well. I have not created, another step forward for us is that we do intend on creating an environmental equity working group. We want stakeholders to come to the table. This isn't a one and done ordinance. This is a continued dialogue, and we want to build off of this, right? There's a tremendous amount of opportunity for us to get this right and to explore the best possible outcomes for our communities. And I think that that's what we're committed to doing here. And this is sort of the introduction of one of many ordinances that would come forward as a part of this reform agenda.
Thank you so much, everyone, for answering my questions. Thanks, Angela, for the time, and thank you, Chair.
All right. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think that Alderwoman Haddon covered some of the questions that I had. My question goes in line with some of the reservations that I think were pointed out here. In terms of the zoning board of appeals as being the place where decisions are made, I think that there's like several inconsistencies here in terms of why this body, that is an unelected body, that is appointed by the mayor, will have the say-so in this kind of process. Because my concern in terms on the, and I think we heard a little bit about the impact is that, traffic management, for instance, right? That doesn't cover health impacts, right? That just doesn't cover that. When it comes to air monitoring and other measures, I don't think that that's the proper body, to analyze this. And I hear also that there will be a working group, but the working group doesn't seem to have any decision-making ability. So I do think that that's my first question, as in terms of why is this body the body that was decided to legislate on a matter, to me that, it goes back to, we should establish the Department of the Environment. That's what should be happening so that we can legislate. But, it seems to me that this is a big issue that I think that I want to bring to your attention. Why is this body was selected for this decision?
Alderman, I'm here. This is Patrick Murphy. I'm happy to respond on some of that, some of the thinking behind the designation between the special use and the plan development. Currently, the zoning board already has authorities over a number of the uses that are referenced or included in this ordinance. There are already a number of intensive industrial uses in planned manufacturing districts and manufacturing districts that trigger special uses that require them to go before a hearing to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So in one sense, we are carrying forward and expanding some of that authority, but carrying forward the same reasons and the same review process that we're using for certain intensive industrial uses, and adding additional items to that list under the review authority of the ZBA that they already have. And then secondarily, we already have a number of threshold triggers in the zoning code that differentiate various scales of development. And if you exceed a certain size, typically it's acreage, then you are automatically required to become a planned development. So we took some of those previous triggers, particularly those that relate to M district properties, which are in certain proximity to residential uses, and we applied them, or we're proposing to apply them, to the same set of uses in the PMD in order to give the city the ability to be more involved in the planning for these sites, to help with the mitigation efforts for these neighborhoods, and to help make neighborhoods aware of the projects that are coming in. Yes, the zoning exists there, and there's residential and other lesser intensive uses in close proximity, but because of the as of right nature that exists, there's often a far less amount of awareness as far as the types of projects, and the city is far more restricted in being able to help regulate and provide benefits to the community, dealing with truck traffic, dealing with pollution monitorization, dealing with hours of operation. Those are the types of conditions that the Zoning Board of Appeals, or even through a plan development, can be established on these projects. And we really looked at the difference between the two legislative routes as a matter of how we treat projects currently, and we try to apply that going forward with the same set of logic.
Yeah, and Mr. Murphy, that's exactly what my concern is. Of course, as you know, and judging by what has happened, with, Hilco, General Iron and others, the city doesn't have particularly a good record of on the environment. So to expand authority on something that is not working, and it's not working because the proper agencies are not involved, I do think that the Department of Health, I think that we should do definitely more than having one sustainability officer in the Department of the Environment. There's a lot more here, Mr. Murphy, than just just a simple process to create a perception that we are betting this. I mean, we're talking about community effects impact, right? Air monitoring, I think that was already brought up. There's a lot of measures, there's a lot of things that are not including in this. And I just, I mean, so that you can see, just now we just appoint a chair that seems to be very close to the administration, talking about independence of the Zoning Board of Appeals. There's different measures that makes me feel very, and also the lack of on engagement with the legislative branch. This is a change that is needed, absolutely. But the process and where we're going to legislate to ensure that these decisions are made with all the factors, that we haven't talked about the community impact effects. How are we going to actually get reductions? We haven't talked about, we said, well, let's talk after the fact about air monitoring. Let's talk about after the fact involvement of the Department of Health. I don't think that the Zoning Board of Appeals is the proper venue for these discussions to happen. I don't think that we should, expand, on a process that is not working. We absolutely agree on the need to address and change, given the multiple scandals that keep coming. My concern is that this is simply not the proper venue. And I think that we need to make sure that we, as a legislative branch, start legislating to make sure that we have a Department of Health, Department of the Environment, that have the experts on the field that need to be vetting these kind of projects. My reservation and my big objection is on the process, and this seems to me like a power grab by the executive.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Ray Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. I actually am a little bit upset with my colleague, Alderman Cicho Lopez, for, I think, stealing half my speech, but I give him credit because I think great minds think alike. This is very much a power grab. I'm not fooled by the title of this ordinance or its PowerPoint, because this has nothing to do with pollution. This has to do with, yet again, another attempt by this administration to wrestle authority and control away from aldermen, who are the elected representatives of the neighborhoods, to help have an opinion, to help craft and protect the neighborhoods that they were elected to represent. That is what this is. You could have labeled this rainbows and unicorns, and I still would not support this, because that is not what this is about. The fact that we have that we are told that there are surveys that aren't even ready for us to discuss the impact, and we're being told that we have to rush this forward, is insulting. This is not about creating jobs. This is about taking authority away from aldermen, for weakening our position even further. That's what this is about. This was not a public discussion. And the fact that there are still industry individuals who are not satisfied with this tells me that we are rushing forward to accomplish the agenda of the mayor, and not necessarily what's in the best interest for this city. This will chase jobs out of our neighborhoods. This will chase jobs out of this city, all because we are going to delay how we build upon the successes that made this city what it is. The point that my colleague Alderman Cicho Lopez made is 100% accurate. You expect this council to believe that bureaucrats at City Hall are somehow going to take our neighborhoods seriously and protect them? Hillco was a failure twice by this administration. We see now this week that this administration is apologizing to one of the sponsors for not failing to notify them about what was going on in their neighborhoods. And this is an administration who has all the levers of power City Hall has to offer. You are going to overburden the Zoning Board of Appeals with all of these special use permits moving forward. Does anyone know how many parcels would be impacted throughout the city of Chicago that would be forced to apply in this process?
So Alderman Ray Lopez, you're asking the question about the number that would be impacted. So I know you are speaking a lot. I want to get to the Q&A, and then you can, we'll get
That's one question.
Our committee members, and then we'll get back to you, okay? But specifically on the impact of the potential applications, I think, Patrick, you and I discussed this. You want to opine on this one?
Yes. So Alderman, there's a couple things. We'll get a map up here, first of all, that will show you the areas of the city that are impacted by the ordinance and what that represents in an acreage standpoint compared to the city as a whole, the zoning districts that would be impacted. It would be hard to sit here and say exactly how many applications that might lead to, because in a lot of these cases, they're large scale facilities and they may represent multiple parcels of property. So I wouldn't be able to guess at the amount of ZBA activity this could trigger. However, I would say that the quantity of these applications is relatively minor compared to the overall scope of what the ZBA reviews, be it variations dealing with single family residences and business licenses of a non-industrial nature. And there's essentially a very minimal, if any, backload right now in the ZBA. It's about a 1 month to 2 month wait. That is overwhelmingly caused by the cannabis applications, of which we are working our way through. So I don't perceive this as an overburdensome request on the ZBA, either on its staff or on the agenda itself. And as soon as we get the map up, I'll show you exactly what this covers in the city. So the color variations on the legend represent the zoning districts involved, and the square footage chart on the bottom represents the quantity of the city that would be subject to an aspect of this ordinance. I would also add that it doesn't necessarily mean that all of this square footage would be subject to either a planned development or a special use. Some may vary between the two because of the size or scale or type of use involved. So it may not be, it will not be, I know that it will not be every square foot involved ends up at the Zoning Board of Appeals. Simply because there are other plan development triggers that are a part of this ordinance and that already exist today, which a lot of these projects fall under.
So then if it's that easy to know that many of them will be not participating, how is it we don't know how many would be impacted?
Well, what I meant was that when we look at the various projects that come in currently under the M and the PMD zoning, there are an overwhelming number of them are of a large scale variety. In the manufacturing districts, for instance, they are of a larger scale, and there are already PD triggers that exist, which we are then mirroring in the PMD. So I could not tell you how many projects would be subject to this or could be subject to this, but I do know that I say it with great confidence that there is not going to be a 100% Zoning Board of Appeals application of this square footage and use table. These projects don't evolve on that level historically.
So, Chairman, the question, since that's what you want, then what is the actual real world problem that this ordinance seeks to correct? Because it seems as though this ordinance is offering a solution to a problem that hasn't yet materialized. What is the actual real world issue that this would address that we've missed up until this point?
Well, I'm going to say this. We have 3 co-sponsors, one of which is our committee member, and the mayoral introduction. Just as listening, as I have from the briefings and such, there's obviously an air quality problem around our PMDs. There's issues about the impact on the neighborhoods and that surround them. And there, as you noted in your comments, there's concern about the industry retaining, growing industries from warehousing all the way to heavy industrial. So as was Angela said, this is the first in a series of steps to try to protect communities from the environmental end. And then we have heard from the industrial end about their concerns. And I think Mike Rodriguez, Alderman Rodriguez talked about this has been a balancing act and more to come. But I appreciate your comment. If any of the departments want to opine more on it, feel free to say so.
Well, respectfully, Chairman, that didn't answer the question other than saying that because of the 3 sponsors that this would have answered their questions. So does that mean that this would have resolved Hilco if this were in place? Would this have resolved General Iron if this were in place? Would this have resolved Matt Asphalt for McKinley Park if this were in place? Is that what the answer is?
Well, let me ask the department. I think if these were in order, we probably would have had more control over the expansion and the development uses moving forward. So, but who from the departments want to answer Alderman Beal's, or not Alderman Beal, Alderman Lopez's question?
This is Patrick Murphy. I can handle some of the zoning aspects of it. The Hilco project was a plan development, so that would have followed the same legislative track. And actually, the Hilco project would not be impacted by this as it's in a C zoning district, which predated this plan development.
So then this would not have impacted Hilco, correct?
Correct. There already is a legislative cycle for the PD, a legislative trigger for the plan development that this fell under.
That's fine. That's what I'm trying to get at. So then what about General Iron in the 10th Ward?
General Iron was a special use and would have triggered a plan development, or well, could have triggered a plan development had this ordinance been in place.
Okay. And Matt Trucking or Asphalt?
That was established by right. That, depending on the acreage, could have triggered a plan development, but certainly based on their proximity to residential zoning, it would have triggered a plan development.
Under this ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Can I move? I want to move on to, if it's okay, you can come back, Raymond. I want to move to Patrick Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. First, I just confine my questions and comments to the ordinance, but I do have to say something to Angela. You know, as we're in this business, our reputations mean a lot. For you to get up and just blatantly make a false statement about trying to reach out to me and me not getting back to you regarding the stockyards, you got to be very careful. I spoke to you, to Dan Larry, to Samir, and to Patrick Murphy for an hour and a half last night. You told me you talked to Craig Chico from the stockyards. So please, please don't do that. Okay. Chairman, thank you. The members, my colleagues who've sponsored this. I understand the gist of what we're trying to accomplish and what many of you are trying, which we all want to see. Better quality of life in the city. That's the environment, the air quality, and understanding how we want to work together to improve that for all Chicagoans. However, there are certain aspects of this ordinance that I believe will hurt the quality of life in the city by moving jobs outside of the city, by limiting our abilities in the city. Many folks in the city at the Department of Planning and Development in the Law Department spent hours. Some of my colleagues who are on the city council were a part of that when they created planned manufacturing districts, which were to provide a buffer between the industrial uses and the residential. And that gave the residents a comfort that the industrial was going to be in a specific area. It gave the industrial also the certainty and assurance that they need from a business perspective to be able to operate their businesses, knowing that if they bought a piece of property to invest, that they would be able to operate. There's no aldermanic prerogative on that. There's no bureaucracy. It's as of right. That's why we painstakingly drafted these districts and created these districts. Industrial right now is the hottest market that's keeping Chicago moving forward. Yes, with e-commerce, there's more warehousing and distribution. By creating a developer who is coming into the PMD, as I said, does it as of right. To create a special use will only delay the process, create the uncertainty, and thus deter developers and industrial users from coming in. Furthermore, the zoning board process is in a sense, a mini trial. You have to go out and procure expert testimony. There are standards that are required that need to be met by the zoning board. And the expense to go through that, especially if you're a small user. We have a lot of buildings in the stockyards, industrial, planned manufacturing district that have multi-tenanted properties. Some of these are smaller users, a couple thousand square feet, a coffee roaster, for example. They would have to go to the zoning board of appeals and obtain a special use to go operate their small wholesale business. That's not good for Chicago. That's not good for business. Furthermore, we talk about having this oversight and why this is so necessary in the M and PMD districts. Those are the districts that we've created for manufacturing. And in the conversations I've had, the concerns were about traffic. Then the concern was about environmental and air quality. And that target kept moving as to what we're trying to solve for. But I can tell you, in manufacturing and planned manufacturing districts and manufacturing districts, which are away from the residential, what's closer to the residential are commercial districts. If you were to build a warehouse distribution and logistics building, which is as of right in a commercial district, you'll still be able to do that under the current zoning code. This only affects the manufacturers and the PMDs. It doesn't affect the commercial districts. Those are even closer to the residents that we're trying to solve the air quality for. But it's also the air quality for all the workers and people. I've grown up in my neighborhood with an industrial park around us where we have a lot of uses. And I get it. If we want to go back and take a look at some of the heavier uses, not the warehouse distribution, but the asphalt plant. We had slaughterhouses here. Not many are left. But those types of uses, in certain PMDs, they are special uses. If we want to go back and evaluate and look at those as a whole, let's do that and take a look at it. But we have to do this holistically. We can't rush in and make a decision that'll have a lasting impact on our ability to continue to create jobs and continue to create economic opportunities for our residents. The residents not only of my ward, but throughout the city that go to these distribution warehouse facilities. As I said, it's the fastest growing market. If we want to have a conversation and continue to talk about air quality, I'm all for it. If we want to go forward with emissions and raising the standards in Washington, sign me up, I'll go. But I don't think that this is solving that problem. I would ask that we pause here, that we hold this ordinance, to have a discussion, to have some of the industry come in, because the folks that I've talked to, many of the developers and industrial users who will be most impacted by this have extreme concerns about what this is going to do and how this will impact. I have 3 projects going on right now, one of which, because it's on the river, is a planned development. We're able to put into place on that particular development what my concerns are in that part of my ward, and that is traffic and truck traffic coming into a residential area. We're able to solve that because of the planned development process. That's fantastic. The other 2 that were built as of right. We worked with that developer. One borders another ward, and I worked with the residents of my adjacent ward, and I worked with my colleague Alderman Cardenas to make sure that the concerns of the residents were listened to and adjustments were made to the development, even with an as of right. Those concerns, the developers are concerned about the community. They're concerned about the quality of life for the people that are working there. Many of our industrial users in my ward also live within the ward. And so there's concern. So I think we all are intending to make the city safer and better for all of our residents. I think we can work together. I don't think this is the right way to do it. And I'm asking my colleagues to please, let's take a minute. What I was told is that the planning department is evaluating all of our PMDs, evaluating all of our zoning. And I think we ought to wait until we have that back. And maybe on some of these PMDs that have lived their life and are adjusting and we need to go back, zoning is a privilege, not a right. And so we have to evaluate, and perhaps we change the underlying zoning in some of these areas that then achieve, so we can achieve what we're trying to accomplish here and not put a blanket overlay that will burden development. It'll thwart the ability for our building owners and those that are creating job opportunities for our residents to move forward. It's going to take months, and the expense, it's not everyone is a big developer here. There's a lot of small mom and pops in my ward that will be affected, that are in the PMD, that are warehouse distribution and wholesalers that will be affected. And all I'm asking, Chairman, is that we pause here and we say, let's take a look at the zoning, do a comprehensive evaluation, just like when we created the PMDs. Let's do the same here and have all of the information and all of it distributed to the council, and we can make a more educated, informed decision.
Thank you. I've got well, first of all, you're not a member of the committee, so I can't get a motion from you on this one. But I do have Alderman Beal, followed by Alderman Riley. Those are committee members that still would like to speak on this.
Point of information, Chairman.
Alderman Ray
Lopez.
Yes, sir.
For my own personal question, point of information question.
what's the difference between a non-member getting to talk for 10 minutes without a question and me being told that I had to hurry up with a question and then being cut off?
I apologize for that. I was trying to get Alderman Thompson to wrap up his thoughts too, but you're welcome.
I have no problem with Alderman Thompson having his thoughts. I have no problem with any member having their thoughts, but it's a little frustrating and downright insulting to be told to hurry up like I'm a rambling child when I have as equal a say as anybody else in this room.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I will get back to you as soon as we hear from Alderman Tony Beal and then Brendan Riley, and then we'll go back to Alderman Ray Lopez. Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a member of this committee, you know, I'm deeply troubled by this ordinance. When you look at the problems that we're having already with these departments, you know, disregarding input and direction from the aldermen, here we are once again giving more authority to people who don't live in the community, people who don't value the input and the knowledge of the elected officials in these wards. When I looked at that map, a large portion of my ward is involved in this this ordinance. And I can tell you that right now I'm having a hell of a time getting the department to sign off on a Culver's that is bringing 60 jobs to my community because the department wants something different than what I want, what the community wants, what the developer wants, and what the store owner wants. And because the department sees something a little different and they want us to change, totally going against the entire community. That's totally going against everything that we have tried to implement in this city as far as what the aldermen are trying to do in our communities. And I think that, you know, I've supported a lot of my colleagues and the projects that they have, and a lot of you all have supported me with projects that I have. And to have a department hold up 60 jobs in my community because he doesn't like the way the building is sitting. But again, and I'm going to reiterate, the community wants the building a certain way. I want the building a certain way, the developer and the entrepreneur, the business owner, and the corporate wants a building a certain way. And because the commissioner doesn't agree, he's holding it up. And here we are going to give more authority to the departments to go totally against the wishes and the desires of us in our community. Colleagues, what are we doing? What are we doing when we have department heads that won't listen to us, and then here we are giving more authority to those same people who don't listen to us? It doesn't make any sense. And so there was a manufacturing job creator that was trying to come into my area. And when they saw these things that were coming down the pipe, they said, you know what, Alderman, thanks, but no thanks. We're the only ones that have land out here on the south side and on the outskirts of the city. We have an abundance of land. We want jobs, but we want clean jobs, and we want them to do the right thing by our communities. So it's our job to make sure that they're doing these things in partnership with the departments. But when the departments don't listen to us and want to disregard us, that is a huge, huge problem that we have going down the road. And when I look at that map again, a lot of that will take away the authority for me to have the desired input that my community has elected me to have. I have problems and reservations with that. So I agree with Alderman Thompson that we shouldn't move forward with this ordinance. We need to pause, we need to pull back. And as a member of this committee, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we hold this ordinance until we're comfortable and have more dialogue with moving this thing forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. And I will hear from Alderman Riley, and then we'll renew your motion after this. Alderman Brendan Riley.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. I actually, it turns out Alderman Thompson communicated a lot of the concerns that I have about the ordinance. And I do think that it's well intended, but I'm concerned it is also transferring a tremendous amount of local control and local stakeholder input and feedback to bureaucrats who aren't accountable to our communities directly, like aldermen are. And I think, like others here today, have had some really disappointing experiences with the Zoning Board of Appeals on decisions that they've rendered that impact communities in pretty substantial ways, despite overwhelming opposition from the impacted community, local aldermen, police commander, et cetera. And so while I do understand and appreciate the goals we're trying to achieve with the ordinance, and appreciate the administration for bringing this forward, I would have to say that I believe Alderman Beal is correct that that we should spend some more time with this ordinance to make sure we get it right, and it isn't overly broad and doesn't hand over even more control to appointed bureaucrats when that particular body has been issuing rulings over strenuous objections from impacted communities. So I do think that we can get an ordinance in shape that is properly limited in scope, that achieves these goals without, I think, resulting in this pretty substantial transfer of power. And I also think I don't see at least any immediate urgency in passing this ordinance today. I don't know that spending some more time working on it wouldn't result in a better product a month from now, but I do support my colleague's motion to hold this so we can work on it and get this right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Ray Lopez, before we entertain the motion to hold, I wanted to give you some additional time so you can ask a question or give me more criticism, because I'm okay with it.
I don't like the background of your Zoom. No, Chairman, I will not ask any more questions. I think everything has been said. I actually would respectfully call the question and ask to join Alderman Beal in his motion.
All right.
Ask for a roll call vote to that effect.
Okay. So Aldermans Beal, Riley, and Lopez make a motion to defer this item
Lopez
and
wants
is asking for a roll call. Okay, so I will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, if you're looking at holding this, you don't need a roll call if you're just holding it for the, the authority of the chair has.
Well, what is the wish of the body? Alderman Lopez, Alderman Riley. Do we want a roll call or?
Chairman, if you're going to hold it as chairman, then I would agree, and I'm happy to say that we can just pull it back and let you hold it from this meeting to be called at a later date.
Okay, so do I still need all time or not? Pardon me?
Chairman, Alderman Riley here.
Okay, Alderman Riley.
A point of information. Chairman, I just, perhaps if you as the chair choose to hold this in committee for some additional work and conversation, Alderman Beal could then withdraw his motion and we could avoid having a roll call.
Okay. So in opinion of the chair, I think it might behoove us all to spend a little more time on the ordinance and ask to hold this in committee and to spend some more time on both sides of the aisle. Obviously, we've heard from a number of aldermen that this needs more work. So I'm going to hold it in committee.
Mr. Chairman, I do withdraw my motion so you can hold it.
All right. I see Alderman Lopez, Raymond Lopez is cool with that too. So, all right. So we're not going to do a roll call. We're going to hold it in committee. And I appreciate everyone's patience on this, on both the city departments and also our colleagues.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just add one more.
Thank you,
All
Chair.
right. So the item has been deferred for the chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just add one thing for the crafters of this ordinance, because I do know some of my colleagues are in favor of this particular ordinance. if they want to add a opt-in or opt-out clause. If they want this ordinance in their ward, then, so be it. But every alderman should have the right to opt in or out if they want to add that language.
Well said or not, but many of these PMDs cover multiple wards, so it might be a little tricky on some of that, but point taken. All right. So now we are going to go to large signs.
Point of order, Chairman, are we going into recess still, or are we still?
No, we're going to do the signs first. It should take about 2 minutes, and then we'll recess for, if it's the will of the committee, for about 10 minutes, and then get into the private applications.
Thank you.
All right. So moving on, we have large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade. We'll hear them all together. I'll read the ward followed by the address and take a motion at the end. In the first ward, 2048 North Milwaukee Avenue. 4 signs in the 18th ward at 7353 South Cicero Avenue. In the 23rd ward, 7000 West 63rd Street. In the 31st ward, 4100 West Diversey Avenue. In the 39th ward, 4025 West Peterson Avenue. 2 signs in the 42nd ward at 303 East Wacker. Also in the 42nd ward, 401 North Michigan Avenue. Again in 42, 2nd ward, I should say, 35 North State. 3 signs in the 47th ward at 4912 North Clark Street. And lastly, 3 signs in the 47th ward at 3300 North Campbell. If there are no questions by committee members, do I hear a motion to pass for these items by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Motion do pass, Cardona.
Alderman Cardona moves to do pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the items are passed. We have one small housekeeping matter in regards to signs. That is 2 direct introductions from Alderman Garza for signs. The items are not up for discussion today, but are simply being introduced. And I need a motion to accept that direct introduction.
Motion move, Cardona.
Alderman Cardona moves to accept the direct introduction by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the ordinance is accepted into committee. We'll now take a small recess and reconvene at, let's just say, 1:45. Let's see. In an effort to minimize technical difficulties and to ensure the committee meeting runs as smoothly as possible, the typical order in which items will be heard has been updated. Throughout the duration of virtual Committee on Zoning meetings, items will be grouped together according to witnesses or attorneys and will be heard in that order rather than in the ward order. So it's the same procedure we've been doing. So, all right. We're on page 3. I believe we're starting this way.
Yep.
Okay. Document number A, 8600 4th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 22nd of 2020. Common address 3961 to 3967 South Drexel Boulevard, 3979 through 3983 South Drexel Boulevard, 3946 through 3978 South Drexel Boulevard, 4000 through 4008 South Drexel Boulevard, 817 East 40th Street, 800 through 804 East 40th Street, and 3951 through 3985 South Cottage Grove Avenue. The change request, C13 Neighborhood Commercial District and a B33 Community Shopping District to an RM5 Residential Multi-Unit District. And I believe we have Alderman Sophia King.
Or Prentice Butler from her staff.
Or staff. Prentice, maybe Prentice is here, I believe, from.
Yes, Chairman Tunney, I'm here. We filed this ordinance to bring up to date the zoning in an area. The previous zoning speaks to commercial paths of that part of our community, and we wish to change it to the current use, which is residential. And we hope that will facilitate the development of the vacant parcels still in that area.
Questions for Alderman staff? Any, can I get a motion?
Still move, Chairman, Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez moves to accept, no, Alderman Lopez moves to pass on this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the item is passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to item number A 8601, 18th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 22nd of 2020, common address 3206 through 3348 West 87th Street and 8600 through 8618 South Kedzie Avenue. Change request, business plan development number 1172 to business plan development number 1172 as amended. We have Alderman, I believe, Derek Curtis on this item.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chairman. This is Alderman Derek Curtis. I definitely support this this build out. Actually, it'll be about maybe a $3 million building structure that we're going to have. We did a study in our ward. You know, we're losing over $3 million not having our own car wash. By me being at the edge of the city, you know, everyone's taking their business to Evergreen Park or Burbank. I'm really excited about what we're doing with that corner. So I definitely support this, and I'm asking my colleagues to support it also. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman.
The committee received 14 letters.
Alderman, you're aware, for the committee members' benefit also, there were a number of objectors to this application about the car wash. Have you met with them? And
I did. I met at the site in June. I met at the site in June. I had a huge meeting, and I had a lot of support. So I'm thinking those people are now on board. I'm sure they are. I have not gotten any calls back since then.
Great. Okay, questions from committee members? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Cardona, do pass.
Alderman Cardona moves to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
We're gonna skip the next one till Alderman Wagasbeck is back.
Okay, we're gonna, all right. Page 4 in the first ward, number 20495. Ordinance was referred on 9/9 of 2020. Common address is 1349 West Ancona Street. Change request, RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. We have Tyler Manick as the attorney on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of the applicant H Homes and Development and seeking a zoning map amendment from an RS3 zoning district to an RM 4.5 zoning district to allow for the construction of a 2.5-story single-family residence with a 2-car attached garage. This, since filing this application, the applicant just has converted this application to a type 1 zoning map amendment. So I would seek this committee's motion to convert this application to a type 1 zoning map amendment and incorporate the plans and narrative that we submitted.
All right. So Alderman Ray Lopez moves to amend the application to a type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is amended to the type 1 application. Now we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This zoning map amendment is necessary due to the lot area being only 1,440 square feet, which is less than 50% of the typical Chicago lot size. Prior to filing this application, the applicant did significant community outreach by meeting with the neighbors on the block, and the Eckhart Community Council who support this application. The applicant has further worked with Alderman LaSpada's staff and Alderman LaSpada, who was kind enough to issue my client a letter of support, which is on file with this committee. With the support of the aldermen and the community, the applicant respectfully requests this committee's favorable recommendation to pass a zoning map amendment to an RM 4.5 zoning district on 1349 West Ancona. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from committee members? Do I hear a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez moves to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed as amended to the type 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we're staying with Tyler Manick on item number 20490, T1, 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 2208 West Lawrence Avenue. Change request, B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District to a B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. So it looks like we're changing the type 1. Is that correct, Tyler?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of the applicants of Kovic Family Holdings 2208 West Lawrence series. We are seeking a zoning map amendment for 2208 West Lawrence from a B23 zoning district to the same B23 zoning district in order to submit new type 1 plans for the parcel. The new type 1 plans propose to construct 2 5-story buildings, each containing 10 dwelling units. There will be 18 parking spaces provided. Prior to this hearing, the applicant has worked closely with Alderman Martin, his zoning advisory council, the local community group, and the Chamber of Commerce on this project. Each have given their support to this project, including the alderman who submitted to the committee his letter of support. With the support of the Alderman Martin, and the community, I also request this committee's favorable recommendation to approve this zoning map amendment so that the new type 1 plans can be amended into this parcel. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Before we take questions, I need to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on this one, right, Tyler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did forget that.
Okay, so I get a motion by Alderman Kappelman, moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. Now, I need a motion to pass, this substantive narrative and plans application. Can I get a motion on that?
So moved.
Alderman Haddon moves do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed, again, with the substantive narrative and plans. All right. Now we're at, with Tyler again, item number 20415, T1 in the 46th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 20th of 2020. Common address is 3501 through 3519 North Halsted Avenue, and the change request is a C12 Neighborhood Commercial District to a C15 Neighborhood Commercial District. Tyler, would you present this project, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. This application also has a revised narrative and type 1 plans. So I would like to get a motion to amend the type 1 application if possible, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
So moved, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. Now we need, if I'm not mistaken, we need to accept,
Substitute ordinance.
we need to accept a substitute ordinance. Is that also in the works?
I don't believe so, Mr. Chairman.
That is according to.
It's the same ordinance.
Okay, let's hear from the department on that. Is Anna or Steve or whoever?
Chairman, this is Anna. Hold on.
You're echoing loudly. It sounds interesting, but we can't really hear you correctly. Anna. Anna Robles. How about Patrick Murphy? Somebody.
Chairman, this is Patrick. I'll go down. Anna's down the hall for me in another conference room. I'll go down and talk to her and we'll circle back on this.
Chairman, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Now we can, loud and clear. Anna?
Okay, great. They did submit a substitute ordinance, but I didn't see any change.
Oh, they hit me. Okay, it was clearly marked.
Okay, so we're good to go on accepting the
They submitted.
we don't need an additional vote on this, is what we're saying.
No, I'm not clear why they submitted a substitute ordinance. I see no change in the ordinance, but the title is shown.
Okay.
Ordinance.
All right. Let's keep going then, Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Howard Brown Health Center, who seeks a zoning map amendment to relocate their medical clinic to 3501 North Halsted. I'm pleased to represent Howard Brown in this zoning map amendment, which has been an active and essential member of the North Halsted neighborhood since 1974. Since 1974, Howard Brown has been essential to fulfilling the North Halsted community's needs, as well as caring for many of the city's most vulnerable citizens. Mr. David Munier, the Howard Brown's Chief Executive Officer, had to leave because of another engagement, but I'm also joined by Frankie Reynolds, Howard Brown's Associate Director of Project Management, and also with me is a project architect, Michelle Hunter, Principal of Architrave, who prepared the plans. All of us would be willing to answer questions after this presentation. Howard Brown proposes a zoning map amendment from a C12 to C15 community shopping district for 3501 North Halsted. The property is a transit served location and is adjacent to a pedestrian street. The project will be a 5-story medical clinic. On the ground floor, there will be retail space, which will include a pharmacy that is necessary to provide specialized services to fit the needs of Howard Brown's patients. The second and third floors will include medical clinic offices. The fourth floor includes Howard Brown's dentistry clinic. The fifth floor will include Howard Brown's behavioral health and social sciences, as well as its administrative offices. The total height of the building will be 67 feet. Prior to the committee meeting, Howard Brown participated in 8 community meetings, including meetings with nearby condo associations, the Triangle Neighbors Community Group, and the 46th Ward Zoning and Development Committee. As a result of the input received at those meetings, Howard Brown made substantial revisions to its original plans, which included setting back the 5th floor from the Halsted and Cornelia street frontages and eliminating a proposed 6th-story. With these revisions, Howard Brown was able to earn the support of the Triangle Neighbors Community Group and the 46th Ward Zoning and Development Committee. We've also received a letter of support from Alderman Kappelman, who we thank for his dedicated efforts and assistance, which was necessary to find the appropriate compromises that ultimately earned the support of the local community group and its advisory committee. We'd be happy to answer any questions, but we respectfully request this committee's favorable recommendation to rezone 3501 North Halsted to a C15 community shopping district.
All right, thank you. I would like to hear from Alderman Kappelman.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. And also I want to thank you for your input. It's right across the street from your ward, the 44th Ward. So your involvement was also extraordinarily helpful. Tyler Manick said it all about all the input from the different residents around that, including the neighborhood organization. And I I believe that their input helped to make it better. When it did go before the 46 Ward Zoning Development Committee, there was a vote of 14 people in favor and one person opposed to it because that person did not like the design. So I commend the hard work of the 46 Ward Zoning Development Committee, and I will support their request to have this zoning change. So I ask my colleagues to also support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. I know you and I spent a lot of time on this project, and I'll hold my comment until I don't see any of their hands up. So as the alderman that surrounds this three corners of this, there was an objector in the 800 building that spoke in the public comment period. I believe that while they might disagree with it, I would disagree with the fact that their voices were not heard. And I believe that we made adjustments based on some of my residents or your residents on the other side of Cornelia. But the narrative says it's a 6-story medical office building. I believe, Alderman, it's not a 6-story anymore. It's
5 stories.
5-story.
Yeah. Okay, because the narrative still says 6. I know we had to substitute.
We don't change the narrative.
Yeah,
We revised that, Mr. Chairman, the 5 stories.
Okay, I just want to make sure the public knows that we did take a floor off after listening to the committee. And the other kind of a short statement about that was, that north of Addison, which is just a block away, there's plenty of density at the 5 level, whether it be the Center on Halsted, our LGBT senior housing and such. So, there is some compatible nature around there. And most of the buildings as we move forward are 4-story buildings on Halsted Street. This is 1 story higher. So for the record, I just want to say that for the record and to thank you for your leadership on this issue. And Howard Brown, obviously, is one of the largest service providers in the city for our community. So I think in some respects, we have to give some credence to their good not-for-profit stature and their work in the community. So with that being said, can I get a motion to move pass on this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Beal moves to pass on the motion by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the item is passed with revised as substantive narrative and plans. Tyler, I think we are.
You're done with me, Mr. Chairman.
Is that correct?
That's it.
Okay, then now I'm going to move back to page 3 because Alderman Wagasback is here on document number A8602, 32nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 22nd of 2020. This is to classify a segment of North Lincoln Avenue right away from the center line of West Diversey Avenue on the south and the center line of West Belmont on the north as a pedestrian retail street. Alderman Wagasback. Not in? I thought he was in. No. Okay. All right, then we're going to hold on this one too because he's not here and he is.
Who are you looking for?
Alderman Wagasback.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, we'll hold that one.
Top of page 5.
Yes, Chairman, if you could.
Is that
You
Scott?
hold it for me, please?
Oh, we'll hold it. Okay. Till near the end. Okay. All right. Now we're on the top of page 5 in the first ward, document number 20505T1. The first ward ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 1512 West Ohio Street. The change request, RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. And we have Sarah Barnes, I believe, on that.
And he's back, so you can go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Samuel VP Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, 1512 Ohio LLC. Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, I would like to note for the record that this application was submitted as a mandatory type 1 application. And prior to this hearing, we did deliver a copy of a substitute set of architectural plans as well as a substitute narrative to the Department of Planning and Development, for which we would respectfully request that those items be supplemented into the record here today, and any votes that do occur with regard to those substitute materials.
So Alderman Raboyes moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Any objections to that outburst? So hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. Continue, Sarah.
Thank you so much. For the record, the site is presently improved with an old vacant 2.5-story multi-unit residential building, as well as a detached coach house. These improvements are non-conforming under the current zoning ordinance and have fallen into a state of deplorable disrepair over time due to the neglect of a previous property owner. The applicant, therefore, is seeking to raise the existing and vacant structures and to redevelop the site with a new 4-story, 3-unit residential building. Parking for each of the units will be provided in a detached garage at the rear of the lot. Over the course of the last year, we have worked very closely with Alderman Laspada's office, as well as the Eckert Park Community Council, towards the proposal that you have before you here today. Over those many months, we also had a community meeting and made several revisions to the proposal that are again reflected in the substitute plans. With this, we have garnered the express support of both the Eckert Park Community Council and Alderman Laspada, which I believe a copy of a letter of support has been tendered to the committee prior to this hearing by Alderman Laspada.
We have received a letter of support from Alderman Laspada.
With that, if there are no questions, I just very respectfully request the support of this body for the proposal before you here today.
Any questions by committee members? Do I hear a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Ray Lopez moves to pass. Objections? Hearing none, the item is passed with substantive narrative and plans. All right, now we're on the middle of page 5, again in the 2nd ward. Item number 20502 T1. Again, 2nd ward, ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 1436 West Blackhawk Street. The change request, RS3 residential single unit detached house district to a B23 neighborhood mixed use district. Sarah.
Thank you. Once again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, 1436 West Blackhawk LLC. The subject property is presently improved with a 4-story mixed-use building, which contains a single vacant commercial unit at grade level and 8 residential dwelling units above. The applicant recently acquired the property and the improvements with the intention to rehabilitate and upgrade the existing 8 dwelling units, as well as to reactivate the grade level commercial space. Unfortunately, however, the grade level commercial unit has been vacant for over a year, and therefore the improvements have become non-conforming under the current zoning ordinance. As a result, the applicant is seeking the subject zoning map amendment in order to permit the reestablishment and licensing of a cafe restaurant within the existing grade level commercial space which such cafe will be locally owned and operated. There are, aside from the build out of the existing commercial space to allow for the proposed new cafe, as well as some minor interior renovations and upgrades to the existing 8 dwelling units, there is no physical expansion being proposed to either the footprint or the envelope of the building. Again, this space, or just to be clear, the proposed zoning map amendment is required purely with regard to reactivating that commercial use, which has become non-conforming. The applicant and the rest of our development team has worked with Alderman Hopkins' office, as well as met with and presented the proposal to several of the local residents and community members in the neighborhood. The proposal was met with unanimous support. They're very excited to get a restaurant and cafe that can serve the neighborhood. So with that, Alderman Hopkins has also extended his support. That was memorialized in a letter, which again, I believe was tendered to the committee prior to this hearing.
We have received a letter of support from Alderman Hopkins.
If there's any questions, I'm very happy to entertain those. Otherwise, once more, we do just respectfully request the support of this committee for the proposal before you.
Alderman Hopkins, are you on? And if so, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be brief since council more than adequately summed up the situation, and there is unanimous support in the community for this. I just simply want to point out what makes this property a little special. It is in fact a mid-block commercial storefront space in a residential neighborhood. We all know, and earlier we approved, landmarking for a corner commercial space, which is typically what you see in residential areas. But this was a mid-block space, and longtime residents of the neighborhood recall its various uses over the years. It's been a deli, a market, a corner convenience store. But it's been abandoned and boarded up and vacant and dark for many, many years. So the neighborhood is just delighted that it will be activated and in use once again. And it's brought back a lot of fond memories for some of the longtime residents of this tight-knit community. And it harkens back to a time when every neighborhood used to have these small commercial spaces, not just on the corners, but scattered throughout. So I am just delighted to submit this for approval, and we're very supportive of the business plan for this neighborhood coffee shop and cafe. We think it's going to be an anchor for this area, and it's going to be a place where people like to congregate and new neighbors can meet the old neighbors. So this is just a very special thing, and we're pleased to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Questions for the Alderman or the applicant? One quick question for either. Since it's mid-block, you wanted to keep it resident, the B2 instead of a B3? Just in case the restaurant?
Yeah, I'll let council respond, but I believe the intention is to effect this zoning change to get the property up and running and activated, and then it will be returned at some point to an R designation. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Barnes.
Yeah, that's correct, Alderman and Mr. Chairman. The intent would be to effectuate this as a temporary zoning change to allow for the cafe to get up and operated, and then to rezone it back down into a residential, an appropriate residential classification. We chose the B2 in the interim because it was the closest to mimic a residential zoning classification.
And the building appropriately was big enough as is with the 3 in regards to the density and or height. Okay. And we do have a user, right? So we do know we're going to have an active user and somebody that the community has already excited about, sounding from Alderman.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of paralleling off of Alderman Hopkins, this particular cafe is, like I said, locally owned and operated by 2 women who first started they have another cafe in the Bucktown neighborhood over off of Damon Avenue in a very similar building, mid-block, predominantly residential, and they've just been thriving, and they're just a great resource for residents in the neighborhood to grab a coffee and sit down with their kids. So I think it's a really nice fit.
All right. So any more questions, committee members? Hearing none? Get a motion? Alderman Hopkins.
Move approval.
Yep, makes the motion to do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to Alderman Hopkins' motion? Hearing none, item is passed. Congrats both to the alderman and hopefully a very successful business. Hey, we have the next item in 32, Sarah, but I don't think Alderman Wagasback is ready to hear it. He's got something else we deferred until later in the meeting.
Okay, I'm happy to put it on hold.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
So now we're on the top of page 5. Document number 20505, T1, First Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. The change request feels like we did this already.
We're on page 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. My fault on that one. Wait, we're next.
Yep. Done.
Sarah, we're done with you until Scott. Is that right?
You're done with me personally, but you have to put up with my colleague.
All right, my apologies.
So you do. You have another one with my office, I believe.
Okay, let's move to the top of page 7. Document number 20474, 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address 1341 West Foster Avenue. The change request RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. And yes, we have your colleague, Nick Fatikas on this one. All right, Nick.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Daniel Box. Unfortunately, I'm here for Nick Fatikas, so you have to put up with my company instead of his delightful company. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, EP 1341 West Foster LLC. The applicant is the owner of the subject property located at 1341 West Foster Avenue. The property is improved with a 3-story, 3-unit residential building with unfinished basement. The applicant is seeking to establish an additional dwelling unit within the basement of the existing building for a total of 4 dwelling units at the subject site. No changes are proposed to the height or footprint of the building. On-site garage parking for 3 vehicles will continue to be provided at the lot's rear. In order to permit the project, the applicant is seeking a zoning change from an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. We have worked with the local community and Alderman Martin on this project. A letter of support should already be on file with your office. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
We have a letter of support from Alderman Martin. Any questions from committee members? Hearing none.
Move to pass, Chairman.
All right, do we have a hand up? Alderman Osterman. Harry?
I will pass on the question. Support the
Okay.
project.
All right, then I heard Alderman Ray Lopez makes the motion do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, middle of page 7.
We're going to take a motion to defer.
We're going to take a motion to defer on item number 20504, 47th Ward. The ordinance was referred on 9/9 of 2020. And that address is 1755 West Cornelia, RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. So questions by committee members? If not, I need a motion to defer.
Move.
Move to defer.
Alderman Ray Lopez makes a motion to defer the previously read item. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the item has been deferred.
Go back to page 6. We skipped all of page 6.
Okay. we're moving back to page 6, the top of page 6. Item number 20507, T1, First Ward, ordinance was referred on 9/9 of 2020. Common address is 1926 West Race Street. Change request, RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. Is it Dan? Are you still on? Daniel.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Daniel Box, attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Matt and Piper Dolan. The applicants are the owners of the subject property located at 1926 West Race Street. The property is improved with a 2-story single-family home where the applicants reside with their children. The applicants are seeking to permit a 3rd floor and rear addition to the existing home to accommodate their growing family. On-site garage parking for 2 vehicles will continue to be provided at the lot's rear. In order to permit the project, the applicant is seeking a zoning change from an RS3 residential single-unit detached house district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. We have worked with the local community and Alderman Laspada on this project. After doing so, we agreed to file this zoning change application voluntarily as a type 1. A letter of support should already be on file with your office. With that, we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So a letter of support from Alderman Laspada. Questions from committee members? Hearing none, got a motion by Alderman Raboyes, moves do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So moved.
All those, Alderman Raboyes makes that motion. Any objections?
No.
Hearing none, the item is passed. All right. Now we're in the 11th Ward, item number 20503, T1. Again, 11th Ward, ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address, 3079 South Bonfield Street. Change request, RS3, residential single unit detached house district to an RM5 residential multi-unit district. Dan, I think you're still on.
Chip, this is Alderman Ariel. How are you? I'm good, thank you.
All right, Daniel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Daniel Box, attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Richard Garcia. The applicant is the owner of the subject property located at 3079 South Bonfield Street. The property is improved with a 3-story multi-unit residential building. The applicant is seeking to bring the existing 4th dwelling unit within the existing building into compliance with the zoning ordinance. No changes are proposed to the height or footprint of the building. On-site garage parking for 2 vehicles will be provided at the lot's rear. In order to permit the project, the applicant is seeking a zoning change from an RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RM5 residential multi-unit district. We have worked with the local community and Alderman Thompson on this project. A letter of support should already be on file with your office. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
We have the support of Alderman Patrick Thompson. And do we have questions from committee members? Can I get a motion? Move to pass. Alderman Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. And then now we're going to be on the bottom of page 6. Item number 20499, 21st Ward, ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. The common address is 8536 through 8540 South Ashland Avenue. Change request, a B11 Neighborhood Shopping District and M11 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to a C31 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District. All right, you're up, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. One last time, for the record, my name is Daniel Box, attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, MB Hand Car Wash LLC. The applicant is the owner of the subject property located at 8536 through 40 South Ashland Avenue. The property is improved with a 2-story commercial building with accessory surface parking lot. The applicant is seeking to establish a car wash facility within that building. No changes are proposed to the height or footprint of the building. In order to permit the project, the applicant is seeking a zoning change from a B11 neighborhood shopping district and M11 limited manufacturing business park district to a C31 commercial manufacturing and employment district. We have worked with the local community and Alderman Brookins on this project. A letter of support should already be on file with your office. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Brookins. Do we have any questions from committee members? Can I get a motion?
So move.
Alderman Raboyes makes the motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, Dan. All right.
Thank you.
Chairman, you're muted.
Yeah, well, I was talking to myself, so. Yeah, Raymond Lopez, you've done it to me again, okay? All right. I think Chairman Wagasback is back, is what I've been told.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so what page do we?
are
I think either 5 or
Page 5,
3.
page 5.
First, we got the aldermanic, I think.
Yep.
So let's
3.
start. We're going back to page 3. Document number A8602, 32nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 22nd of 2020. And this is to classify a segment of the North Lincoln Avenue right away from the center line of West Diversey Avenue on the south to the center line of West Belmont on the north as a pedestrian retail street. Scott, you want to talk about this change?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. This is adjacent to your ward. This is an ordinance designating a segment of Lincoln between Diversey and Belmont as a pedestrian-oriented retail street. We worked with the South Lakeview neighbors and the Lakeview Chamber of Commerce on this initiative. This would fill in a gap of Lincoln Avenue and promote future development that's geared toward a more vibrant, walkable retail environment. The regulations that are part of this are intended to preserve and enhance the character of those pedestrian streets, provide more safety, economic vitality, and create more friendly shopping districts here. So specifically, development would have building facades at or near the sidewalk, large storefront windows, and pedestrian entrances off the sidewalk, as opposed to side lots or gangways, and not adjacent to parking areas. And it would also prohibit use of drive-through facilities, gas stations, and car washes on that section of the Lincoln Avenue. So this is just working on different urban planning policies with our local agencies and community groups. And I would ask for the support of fellow committee members on this item. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for Alderman Wagasback? I have Alderman Ray Lopez with his hand up. Ray?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Wagasback. I just have a question about this ordinance. Does this actually help reduce traffic as well, or is this solely for the sidewalk and pedestrian parts of the street?
Well, it's done comprehensively with a program for some of the traffic safety issues that we've been doing with the SSA and the chamber there. So bump outs, bike stalls, or corrals. So that's sort of tied into it, and it looking at the types of businesses for the zoning aspect of it. When you have, car washes coming into the middle of, some of those pedestrian oriented buildings, yeah, it's more around the safety issue of it. So I think it's really just promoting that retail and walkability.
Thank you, Chairman. And Chairman.
And Scott, it really doesn't allow new driveways, right? Whether it's a car wash or
Yeah. We're trying to prohibit, which is what was going on Lincoln for a lot of these condo buildings where the driveway would come out right between a bookstore and a, say a childcare place.
Great.
So really just trying to look at the different types of planning issues there.
All right. I see Alderman Osterman's hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. Alderman Wagsback, where on Lincoln Avenue are we doing this? I missed that part of your presentation.
This would be between Diversey and Belmont.
Okay. Just for my colleagues who've never been over there, I think Alderman Wagsback and the chambers have done a really good job on these soft amenities with the curbs that have really helped in recent years. So I think continuing to enhance this is it's a nice thing, and folks should get a chance to take a look at it. So thank you.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you.
Can I get a motion?
Motion move Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion to move to pass on this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, Scott, we got one more, I think. Now we're on,
This would be Sarah's, I think,
yes, we're on
page 5.
bottom of page 5. Okay. Item number 20506 T1, 32nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address 1601 Northwestern Avenue, and the change request B32 Community Shopping District to B32 Community Shopping District. So this is a T1, and we're probably going to have some changes to the T1. Sarah.
Afternoon once again, Mr. Chairman, and for the last time today, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, GW North and Western LLC. As previously alluded to by the chairman, this is actually an amendment to a previously ratified type 1 zoning change ordinance. The original zoning change called for an all commercial use at the property, but unfortunately, but gratefully, due to certain changes in the marketplace, that proposal has no longer become feasible. However, the applicant is the same as the previous owner and developer, and he's found a substitute proposal that actually works for the site and that we believe will be far more beneficial for the community. Before I get to that, however, I should have begun with the fact that prior to the hearing, we did tender a copy of certain substitute plans as well as a substitute narrative to the Department of Planning and Development. We would ask that those substitute materials please be adopted into the record here today, and that any vote that is to take place be rendered with regard to those materials.
So I'm going to have Alderman Raboyes moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So move.
Any objections? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. So now we have questions, right? Well, we have the Alderman. Scott?
Thank you, Chairman. As Sarah pointed out, this is previously approved and ratified type 1. The architect did make some slight changes on it. It doesn't alter the FAR, the height, or the footprint of the building. And we have the support of the neighbors and the local organization there just to make sure that they were aware of this slight change. So I would just ask for the favorable consideration of this item by my colleagues. Thank you, Chairman.
Questions for the applicant or the Alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion?
Motion move Cardona.
Alderman Cardona moves to accept to pass the ordinance with the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
Much, and thank you, Alderman.
All right. Now we're going to the bottom of page 7. And this is in the second ward. Item number 20466T1, second ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address 1725 North Burling Street. Change request is a B13 neighborhood shopping district to a B13 neighborhood shopping district. Again, probably a change on the type 1, and we have Mr. Tom Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name for the record is Tom Moore. This is a case where in 2006, there was a church and a orange rated parsonage, and the community wanted to save the orange rated parsonage, and as a part of the 6-unit condominium, the parsonage was included in it, and it's always been a B use. It's always been, it was an architect for most of the years, and but it part of the plan was to eliminate the second floor, but when they went to do that, because it's a 130-year-old building, an 1870s or 80s building, it would have destabilized it, and they never did remove that floor. And so there now is available just a block away to make this a T1. So basically, nothing external is changing. It just legalizes the second floor, which was kept there, and now makes the building conforming. We had a community meeting with the alderman and Lincoln Central, which has been involved way back when the project was originally created. They're the ones who wanted to save the parsonage. And as I say, nothing will change. It just makes the project now conforming. And we have Alderman Hopkins' support, and we'd request your support as well.
Well, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Hopkins. Any questions by committee members? Hearing no questions, can I get a motion?
Move approval, sir.
Repeat who made the motion, I'm sorry. Alderman Raboyes makes the motion by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, moving on to the top of page 8. Item number 20469, T1, third ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address of this application is 3431 South Indiana Avenue. And the change request, C12 Neighborhood Commercial District to an RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tom Moore, and this is a property that the whole rest of the block is residential. There might be one other C property on it, but the applicant wants to build a single family and indeed now has a buyer for it. We did substitute the plans because the buyer did not want to pay for a roof deck, so the substitute plans are the exact same ones, except they don't have a roof deck. And we have the support of the neighbors and of Alderman Dowell, and we'd request your support as well.
So that person.
All right. So Alderman Cardona moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Objections to that motion? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. Questions? We do have a letter of support from Alderman Dowell. Can I get a motion?
So move, Chairman. Alderman.
That was Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Now we're moving on to the middle of page 8. Document number 20512 T1, 25th Ward. The ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 2152 West 21st Street. And the change request is a B32 Community Shopping District to a B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Mr. Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in the 25th Ward, and we've had extensive repeated discussions with the 25th Ward Community Zoning Committee. This is a building that was literally falling apart, is in building court, had an illegal extra floor on it. The plan is to totally legalize and legitimize the building and increase from 6 units to 9 units. The building will be totally renovated and made current and become totally code compliant. As a part of our discussions, 2 of the 3 new units, it's currently 6, it will be 9, will be affordable. And we have a letter of support from Alderman Cicho Lopez, and we request your support as well.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Cicho Lopez. Is Cicho on the call still?
Yeah, yes, Chairman.
Oh, great. Okay. Alderman, would you like to comment on this issue on 21st Street?
Yeah, no, just very, very quickly. I know it's been a long meeting. Just thank you to the applicant. We did have a very robust conversation, even though that this is it did not require any affordable housing. Really happy that the applicant was willing to work with the community, to make sure that we put the tenants and allocated 2 affordable housing units that are truly affordable to the local area. So we recommend the application. And thank you again for the applicant for working with us.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions for Alderman Cicho Lopez or the applicant? Hearing none, can I get a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Raboyes moves to pass on the motion by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, and I think that's it for Mr. Moore. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now we're on the bottom of page 8. Document number 20509, 8th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 8500 through 8532 South Chicago Avenue. And the change request is an M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an M22 Light Industry District. We have Mr. Anthony Ferguson on this application.
Unmute.
Are we ready, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, I am.
Okay, do we have a screen on you or not?
I don't see it.
Well,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let's go.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we do. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Anthony Ferguson, and I'm an attorney at the law firm of Miller and Ferguson, and we represent the applicant Timothy J. Rand. And Mr. Rand is the applicant and owner of a vacant parcel at 8500-8532 South Chicago Avenue. Mr. Rand proposes to build on the vacant lots a new factory for the purpose of building and establishing a cannabis business, which include cannabis cultivation center, cannabis craft grower, cannabis infuser, and cannabis processor. The building will be approximately 22 feet high, 81 feet wide, and a total length of 220 feet, with approximately 18,000 square feet, and also provide 34 parking spaces. The applicant also owns the vacant parcel across the street at 8501-8525 South Chicago Avenue, and that site will be developed for off-site parking of 32 cars. We have spoken with the aldermen and we have the alderman support. We have received community feedback and received positive reviews, except for out of 25 interviews, we only had 2 negative reviews. We ask that the committee approve the changing from the current zoning M1-2 to the proposed M2-2.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Questions by the committee members? I see Harry Osterman's hand is up. Alderman Osterman.
Just a question, has the property owner or the people that he's building this for been granted the license? Yeah.
No, Alderman, the applicant is applied for the license. And my client, to give you some background, my client is in the food and beverage industry and has operated restaurants and venues at Midway Airport. He's also in the gaming industry as well as the hospitality industry. He's also the sponsor of the Chicago Football Classic and has ties to many of the South Side communities. The purpose of this application is not only for the cannabis. In the event that he is unsuccessful, his plan is to develop a manufacturing facility that supports his food and beverage industry operations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Alderman Walter Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Duran brothers are upstanding citizens in the city of Chicago, in particular in the African-American community, very charitable, some real role models. Matter of fact, their family lineage is that they were the only African-American company to transport alcohol back in the days, and they have been giving back to the community from way back. So it would be a great pleasure and joy to see them have one of these cannabis licenses. So I hope they get it. I support this zoning change. Thank you.
Alderman Ray Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. If you want to just join my colleague Alderman Burnett, the Brands are wonderful people and partners in our community as well. And I have the full faith that anything that they touch will be of great benefit to the community and look forward to supporting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Any more questions, comments?
Chairman. Oh.
Someone else has their comment on it?
Yes, Chairman, this is Anna Robles here at DPT.
Anna?
Yes, the applicant or representing attorney applied for a substitute ordinance to correct the boundary description only. And I just wanted to let you know and make sure that gets taken care of.
Do we need to have a substitute is what you're saying or not?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Chairman, I
Chairman.
move to accept the substitute. Alderman Lopez.
Okay, all right, let me.
Second.
So Alderman Burnett and Lopez moves to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Objections to that? Hearing none, the substitute is accepted. And now on the motion.
Renew my motion.
Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on the ordinance, the substitute ordinance. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitute, the ordinance is passed as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you for that catch, Anna. Okay. And I think that's it for Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Well, come back
Mr.
and join
Chairman.
us. We don't see you often enough, okay? So.
All right, sir. Thank you much. Thank you,
All right.
members of the committee.
Top of page 9, document number 20515 in the 10th Ward. The ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. The common address, 9737 South Torrance Avenue. the change request from an M11 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an M21 Light Industry District. Fred, Augustine, Fred?
Yep. Alderman,
Yes, I can hear you.
can you see me?
Yes, now we're good.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Freddie Gustin. I'm the attorney on this matter with offices at 33 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Wilson Property Management LLC. Applicant owns the property at 9737 South Torrance. Property contains around 61,000 square feet and is currently used as truck storage. We are here seeking rezoning from the current M1-1 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an M21 Light Industry District. So, Mr. Chairman, prior to the pandemic, the applicant received numerous interests from cannabis businesses seeking to lease the property. One of the issues at that time was the fact that the M1 didn't even permit a cannabis business, even as a special use. So, but once COVID-19 hit, everything shut down. The interest from these businesses went away. The applicant is hoping to ramp up that interest, and to help with that, we are seeking to rezone the property to an M21 district. And even if the committee approves the rezoning, the potential user will still need to comply with the cannabis zoning ordinance and still seek a special use approval, as well as a community meeting. So with that, we have worked with Alderwoman Garza and her office on this matter. She's fine with the zoning change. You should have a letter of support from her office. I'm here to answer any questions.
We do have a letter of support from Alderwoman Sadlowski Garza. Questions by committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion? Alderman Kappelman makes the motion to pass this ordinance by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, Fred, we'll move to the middle, and committee members will move to the middle of page 9, and that's document number 2. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Document number 20514T1, 44th Ward. Ordinance was referred to on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 3343 North Halsted Street. Change request is a C12 Neighborhood Commercial District to a C13 Neighborhood Commercial District. Fred.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Again, Fred Augustin. I'm the attorney on this matter. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Harley Properties LLC. Applicant owns the property at 3343 North Halsted. Property is a short lot. It only contains 2,941 square feet, and it's currently approved with a partially built 4-story mixed-use building. We are seeking rezoning from the current C12 district to a C13 commercial district. The reason for this change is that we want to add around 470 square feet to the commercial space. And since we have a short lot, we are capped in terms of FAR under the C12 district. So going to a C13 district will allow us to add that additional square footage. We have worked with your office, Chairman Tunney, as well as we presented before the Triangle Community Group. The community group was in support of this change. We're here to answer any questions the committee may have.
Questions by committee members? All right, I'm going to ask Alderman Raboyes to make the motion after I speak on it. Unfortunately, with Zoom, it's not as coordinated, but
it is coordinated.
On my part. On my part.
I got it here. All
So
right,
as
so
the alderman on this, this is a very minor change. It's consistent with the trends on the block. And they did meet with the community organization and got their full support as the chamber themselves. So as the alderman, I ask for your positive consideration on this.
all right, any members out there passed by the same motion as a quorum? Everyone in favor?
So moved, Alderman Cardona.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes
Aye.
have it.
Thank you. Thank you, members. All right, now we're bottom of page 9. Document number 20513, T1, 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Let's see. The address, the common address is 4253 North Walcott Avenue. The change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to an RT 3.5 Residential 2-Flat Townhouse and Multi-Unit District. Fred, you're up.
All right, thanks again, Mr. Chairman. Attorney on this matter, I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, 4253 Walcott LLC. Applicant owns the property at 4253 North Walcott. It is currently improved with a 2-story residential building with a basement as well as 2 dwelling units. We are here seeking rezoning from the current RS3 district to an RT 3.5 district. The existing 2-story building will remain. The reason for this change is to convert the existing basement into a dwelling unit. So when complete, we will have a total of 3 dwelling units within the existing building. We have worked with Alderman Martin and his office on this matter. We did present before the 47th Ward Zoning Advisory Committee as well as the local community group. All were in support of the zoning change, and you should have a letter of support on your file from the Alderman's office. So I'm here to answer any questions the committee may have at this time.
Right. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Martin. Questions by committee members? Can I get a motion? Alderman Cardona moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right.
Thank you.
Top of page 10. Item number 20464, 11th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. The common address, 838 through 842 West 35th Street. Change request, B11 Neighborhood Shopping District to a B31 Community Shopping District. We have Karen Shaw, I believe.
Yes, good afternoon. Karen Shaw on behalf of Schiller, Prayer, Gerard, and Samuels. We're here today seeking a zoning amendment for the property located at 838-842 West 35th Street. We're seeking a change from a B1-1 to a B3-1 to allow for the establishment of a motor vehicle and repair shop, excluding body work. We do have the support from the alderman and community support. The property is currently unused, but is built as a existing motor vehicle repair shop, which has been unused for a few years. And it just requires some minor cosmetic repair to the inside and a little bit of cleaning on the, minor repair to the outside and a little bit of cleaning on the inside. The proposed project, as you see, the slides just went through here, is to build a motor vehicle repair shop. It will have 15 parking spaces. There will be no residential use. The square footage will be approximately 11,031.8 square feet. And the project will make the unused building productive. It will add a cleaner look to the neighborhood. We'll create about 3 to maybe 4 jobs. The owner is committed to providing employment at or above $15 per hour. And with that being said, we seek the support of this committee and open it up to any questions.
Okay. We have a letter of support from Alderman Thompson. Questions from committee members? I have a quick question, Karen. This was
Yes.
a motor vehicle place? And you're
Correct.
establishing it? And then
I'm sorry?
you're reestablishing it?
Correct, reestablishing it.
Okay. And why are you excluding body work? Just or paint and stuff like that? Because isn't that pretty typical? I mean, I know I've had to deal with in my ward where they were doing stuff, they didn't have the proper license, and we had to go back and do a zoning change on it. So I'm just wondering why you're excluding that. It looks pretty self-contained. So
Sure. As far as my understanding is the business owner, they have been in operation for several years. Their business model is simply repair, no body work. I believe that it's because the body work is too messy. And they invite people from the community to participate in repair projects in motor vehicles.
Okay. That's my only question and comment. Any other questions from committee members? Hearing none, Alderman Raboyes moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So move.
Any objections to that? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Middle of page 10. Item number 20465, 11th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address 3501 South Union. Change request RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. So we have Salvatore Papalito, I believe.
You got it. That sounds good.
Okay, proceed.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and committee. As you stated, my name is Salvatore Papalito. I am the owner of the address in question at 3501 South Union Avenue. We are seeking a zoning change from RS3 to RT4 for new construction of a 3-story masonry residential building, 3 parking spots in back. We did have a community meeting back in March. We did not have any pushback on it. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Thompson that you should be in possession of. And that is basically it. If there's any questions, please let me know.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Thompson. Any questions for the applicant? Can I get a motion?
So moved, Chairman. Lopez.
Alderman Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your time.
Okay, now we're on the bottom of page 10, standing in the 11th Ward. Item number 20489, T1. The ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. This common address is 3315 through 3319 South Morgan. And the change request is an RS3 residential single unit detached house district to a B12 neighborhood shopping district. And we have Richard Toth. Richard?
Good afternoon, Chairman Tunney, members of the zoning committee. Hopefully you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
My name is Richard Toth. I'm an attorney at Daly and Georges in Chicago.
You muted yourself.
Now you gotta unmute now. Richard, we lost you.
Okay, should be back online. Appearing on behalf of the applicant, 3315, 3319 South Morgan. We are seeking a zoning change from RS3 to B12. The applicant is part of the Joe family, which includes artists and curators of the Joe B. Art Center on 35th Street. The application relates to 3 standalone but adjacent lots on South Morgan Street. 2 of the lots, 3315 South Morgan and 3317 South Morgan, contain existing buildings that are just being renovated in part to have ground floor business uses. Each building will have 2 dwelling units on upper floors. For 3315 South Morgan, by the way, that reduction is from an original 6 dwelling units down to 2 dwelling units. The current R zoning is an impediment to the proposed ground floor commercial uses, which does reflect the original intent and design of the buildings and the historical use, and also is desired by the community. The third lot, 3319 South Morgan, does not have an existing building, and the rezoning will allow the construction of a new 4-story building with ground floor commercial uses again, and 2 upper floor dwelling units. The applicant is pursuing this application as a type 1 rezoning. We didn't have any changes to that. The applicant vetted the work and the proposed new building with Alderman Patrick Thompson, who did host an online community meeting to present the proposal to neighbors. That meeting went very well, and I believe you received the Alderman's letter of support for the requested zoning change. We can try to answer any questions, but on behalf of the applicant, we do request your favorable recommendation, and we thank you for your time.
Okay, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Thompson. Do we have any questions from community members or committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Raboyes moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you.
Richard? Now we're on the top of page 11. Staying in the 11th Ward, item number 20491, T1. The ordinance was referred in September 9th of 2020. Common address is 3022 South Archer Avenue. The change request is a C12 neighborhood commercial district to a B23 neighborhood mixed-use district. Mark Kupiec.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington, and I represent the applicant. The applicant owns the subject property. We're asking for zoning change from a C1-2 to a B2-3. This property is a transit served location. We're asking for the zoning change so he can take a minimum lot area reduction because it's a transit served location. Also looking to obtain parking relief, again, because it is a transit served location. And it's transit served because it's in close proximity to the Orange Line station at Ashland Avenue, right off Archer Avenue there. And the purpose is to convert an existing building, and the existing building is built lot line to lot line. So the existing building has no on-site parking. So to convert the existing building, repair and remodel it so that we'd have a commercial unit on the ground floor and 8 dwelling units throughout the rest of the building. Alderman Thompson did ask for a community meeting. We did have a community meeting where we explained the project and answered the questions. And we followed up with the alderman and his staff. And I do believe that you have his letter of support.
Doesn't he need
All right.
substitute narrative plans?
Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We need to move a substitute narrative and plans, correct, for the type 1?
Yes, this was filed as a type 1. There was a small change to the plans. So we did file substitute plans and a substitute narrative. So I would ask you if we could proceed on the substitute plans and narrative.
So Alderman Alderman Raboyes moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans
So move.
application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to Alderman Raboyes' motion? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. And now if you're finished, Mark?
I am, yes, thank you.
As I said,
Motion to accept the substitute.
okay, we got the substitute on.
To pass as substituted.
Okay.
Sorry.
A letter of support from Alderman Thompson. And who made that motion?
Nope, Raymond Lopez.
Oh, okay. So Ray Lopez moves to pass on the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion on passing this substantive narrative? Hearing none, this item is passed with the narrative and plans of the substantive narrative and plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to stay with Mark, I believe. We're item number 20472 T1 17th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 1355 through 59 West 79th Street, and also 7901 through 11 South Loomis Boulevard. Change request, RS1 Residential Single Unit Detached House District and a B12 Neighborhood Shopping District to a unified B12 Neighborhood Shopping District. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington. represent the applicant. And as you mentioned, this is a split zoning district, and we're looking to rezone it to a unified district of a B1-2. The property is already improved with a restaurant building and previously had a tenant operating a restaurant in that building, but that tenant left about 2 years ago. When the current tenant went in recently and applied for a business license, he was told that it's a split zoning district and we'd have to rezone it before he could apply for that license. The applicant has met with Alderman Moore, described the problem and the plan, did discuss with the Alderman making some interior modifications to the building, also ensuring that there are some healthy items on the menu. And we followed up with Alderman Moore to ask for his support. And I would question, is he perhaps on the call today?
First of all, we have his letter of support.
Okay.
Let's see if Alderman Moore is on the. I don't believe he is here to respond, but we do have his letter of support.
Okay.
With that, I think we can continue.
Actually, that's all I have. It's really a licensing matter, and with the zoning change, applicant would be able to put a new tenant in there to operate a restaurant.
And do we have a new tenant, Mark?
Yes, he does have a new tenant, and the tenant applied for the license, and that's where they discovered the split zoning lot problem.
Is that what's called Jimmy's Best?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions from committee members? All right. Hearing no questions, can I get a motion?
So move.
Alderman Raboyes moves do pass on the motion by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
Raise
Any
happy.
questions? Hearing none, the item is passed. All righty. Now we're on the bottom of page 11. Number 20496, T1, 38th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. The common address is 4416 through 4420 North Austin Avenue. The change request, an RS2 residential single unit detached house district to a B23 neighborhood mixed use district. Mark, you want to talk about this application, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. My name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington, and I represent the applicant, contract purchaser of the subject property. The subject property, and first of all, we did file this as a type 1 application, and there was a small change to the plan. So we did submit substitute plans and a substitute narrative to the zoning department. And if one of your committee members would be good enough, we'd like to proceed on the substitute plans and narrative.
Alderman Villegas moves to accept the substantive narrative plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitute is in front of us and accepted.
Subject property actually is already improved with a parking lot. And we're told the parking lot was previously used as a accessory parking lot for a bank that moved from the site about 8 years ago. So the plan is to redevelop the property and build a 9-unit residential building on the subject property. This is in Alderman Sposato's ward. At his request, we did do a community meeting at a local park. We explained the project and answered the questions. We followed up with the alderman and his staff, and I do believe that you have his letter of support.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Sposato.
So with that, we'd ask for your recommendation.
All right. Questions on this one? Hearing none, can I get a motion?
Motion move Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. All those in, any objections to that? I'm sorry. Hearing none, the item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. And
We're going to defer to the next.
Thank you.
Mark, I think we're going to, oh, okay.
He's up, but we're deferring.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. On the next, I'm going to read this one. This is item number 20421, 14th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 17th of 2020. Common address is 3330 through 3356 West 51st Street. Change request from an M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an M22 Light Industry District. Mr. Kupiec, are we deferring this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think we had a little mix up on letter of support, so I'd like to defer it.
Okay, so,
So moved, Chairman.
say that again?
So moved to
Oh,
defer.
So Alderman Lopez makes a motion to defer the previously read item. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Hearing no objections, the item has been deferred.
Next
Thank
item
you.
as well.
All right, we're gonna have another deferred item here. Let me just read it into the record. Document number 20468, 26th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. The common address is 2436 West Chicago Avenue. The change request B12 Neighborhood Shopping District to a B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. We have Scott Bornstein.
It's being deferred. He's not. He
He's
should
not.
not be on.
Who's deferring it?
The attorney. And
So this is being deferred by the alderman and the applicant. Are there questions on this deferral by committee members?
No question.
And that is
So moved,
Alderman
Chair.
David Moore. Would you make a motion
Yeah,
for the previously read item?
I make a motion to defer.
Alderman Moore makes that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing no objection, this item has been deferred.
can you state that?
All right, so we're gonna try to get through the rest of this. We have a lot of deferrals, but in the interest of coordinating our committee members' time, the finance committee will reconvene at 3:30.
Oh, it was supposed to reconvene at 3:30. It's
Oh.
going to reconvene after this
Okay,
meeting.
I'm sorry.
Chairman, it's Alderman Wagisback. We
What do
can't,
you-
yeah, we have to use the same Zoom. So once zoning is done, we'll move into the
Okay.
quick meeting for finance.
Thank you, Chairman. And as Chairman Wagisback said, finance will immediately follow this meeting. All right, top of page 13. In the 27th Ward, item number 20492, T1, the ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 1352 West Lake. The change request, M23 Light Industry District to a DS3 Downtown Service District. Tim Barton.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Timothy Barton. I'm the attorney for the office of Attorney Thomas Rains at 20 North Wacker Drive. Mr. Chairman, this item is in the Kinsey Industrial Corridor and is being, the proposed changes from an M zone to a DS3. And this matter will have to be reviewed by the Plan Commission before it can go forward. So I would ask that you defer this.
All right,
Motion to defer, Chairman.
To the
all
Plan.
right. With, that was Alderman Ray Lopez makes a motion to defer the previously read item. Any questions on that? If not, all in favor of deferring?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Hearing no objection,
Why
the
are they not laughing?
been deferred
Did they think
because
it was funny?
has not gone to Plan Commission. All right. Any more surprises, Tim? Because we're moving on into the 30th Ward.
No, I don't think so.
All right. Item number 20498, 30th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 3170 through 3174 North Milwaukee Avenue. The change request is a B11 Neighborhood Shopping District to a C22 Motor Vehicle Commercial District. motor vehicle related commercial district. Tim, would you like to explain this?
Sure. Again, for the record, Timothy Barton with the Office of Attorney Thomas Raines. I'm here today representing Peter, Jack, and Marie Wall, who are the members of an LLC that owns the property and is also the applicant for the rezoning amendment. They're seeking a rezoning to broaden the range of uses for this site. It's a fairly narrow range of uses that are allowed in the B1. The property is improved right now with a one-story commercial building. There are existing white box tenant spaces that are in place for potential commercial users. There are 4 existing parking spaces at the site. As I say, the current B1 zoning doesn't allow a broad range of uses. Possible tenants have looked at the site, but have stated that the variety of activities is too limited. The proposed rezoning is intended to increase the number of allowed uses in order to attract more tenants. The hope is that tenants can be found that could make this corner more active and less desolate than it currently is. The owner has vetted this with Alderman Rogoyes, who has issued a support letter, I believe is in your files. At the Alderman's request, we contacted all of the voters within 400 feet of the property, in addition to the property owners within 250 feet of the property. That's all I have. I would ask for the committee's favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Tim. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Raboyes. I know he's on the call. Ariel, would you like to?
Yeah,
on this
thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the counselor actually stated the change of zoning there. We're hoping to get some more uses out of the area, and the adjusted change order is more reflective of what we want to see. So I respectfully ask for your support on this matter before you.
Questions for the Alderman or the applicant? Hearing none, can I get a motion?
So move, Chairman.
Alderman Ray Lopez makes the motion do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, Vice Chair Raboyes, you want to take over the chair on the next application in the 44th Ward, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that number of the item is 20497T1 in the 44th Ward. Ordinance was referred in September 9, 2020. The common address is 3407-09 North Bosworth Avenue. Change request is RT 3.5 residential 2-flat townhomes and multi-unit district to RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. Council?
Mr. Chairman, hello, my name is Timothy Barton. I'm the attorney with the offices of Attorney Thomas Raines at 20 North Wacker Drive. I am here today representing Rafid Hindo, who is the applicant for this project. The subject property consists of 2 parcels currently improved with 2 existing 2-unit residences. The site is immediately adjacent to the CTA Brown Line L tracks. The applicant proposes to demolish both of these buildings and combine them into a single lot of 6,200 square feet. A 3-story masonry 6 dwelling unit building is being proposed. It will have lower level and rooftop open space patio areas designated for each of the tenants. The total floor area for the building will be 10,344 square feet. The ground floor dwelling units will be duplex to the basement below. The design has sunken below grade open terraces at the front and rear of the building. The front terrace would be screened from the public way with a permanent masonry landscape planter adjacent to the front property line. There will be 6 outdoor parking spaces. The building height will be 40 feet. Variations will be requested to reduce the rear yard setback from 37.5 feet to 28 feet 9 inches. And a second variation will be to establish a below-grade terrace within the front yard setback. Plans for the project were sent to the West Lakeview neighbors earlier in the year, and no comments were received back. The project has been posted on the 44th Ward website for the past month. With that, I have no further statement. If you want, I would appreciate the committee's recommendation of support.
All right, thank you, Council Barton. Members of the committee, any questions on the subject matter? Alderman Tunney, 44th Ward.
Thank you. As an alumnus of the 44th Ward, Vice Chair, I know you know where Bosworth is.
Thinking of moving there.
In regards to this, application, this is literally south of the train Brown Line elevated there, and there's 2 very dilapidated frame structures on there, and then there's the corner that would be Bosworth and Roscoe, where there was a formerly church. It's a multi-unit corner building. So we believe that the buffers on each side allows this zoning change to be permitted. As was stated by Mr. Barton, we have really not heard that any opposition from the West Lakeview community, albeit with COVID, they've been somewhat hibernating themselves. So I believe it's in the best interests of this particular location to allow the increased density on this parcel, and I urge support of my committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Tunney. Any questions by committee members?
Move to
There are
pass,
no-
Chairman.
So
Alderman
moved.
Lopez.
Alderman Lopez.
Sí, senor. Move to pass.
Okay, Alderman Lopez makes a motion to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Now we're going to the top of page 14. Document number 20487, T1, 36th Ward. The ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Address is 4437 West Armitage Avenue. The change request is a C11 neighborhood commercial district to a C11 neighborhood commercial district. Obviously, we're looking at a change in the T1. We have Carmen Rossi. Is Carmen?
Thank you, Chair and committee. Good afternoon. You guys can hear me, yes?
Yes, we can.
Carmen Rossi, City Lake Law Attorney for the applicant 19CC LLC. The subject property is 4437 West Armitage. As you had said, this is a change from a C1 to a C1. So we're really just seeking that was in January of 19, January 23rd. We're just seeking a design change to the building. And we do have the Alderman Villegas here who can speak to this property specifically, or his support rather. And if there's any questions, happy to tender more information.
Thank you, Carmen. We have Alderman Villegas on the call, I believe. Gil, you want to talk about this application in your ward?
Chairman, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is a property that's been vacant for quite some time. Had gained some momentum and then stalled, and now we're back on track. And so I'm looking for favorable consideration from the members of the zoning committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the Alderman or the applicant? I have a comment, Carmen. You're moving west on me here.
These are during these most uncertain times. I have to do what I can.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the real estate's a little bit cheaper out this way, so.
I don't disagree, but he's also down in River North, which is more expensive than Lakeview. So I'll leave that one alone. But
there are deals in the 30th Ward.
Yeah. All right. So It sounds like Alderman Reboyas wants to make a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Is that right, Alderman Reboyas?
That is correct, sir.
All right, any objections to that motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, middle of page 14. Document number 20511, 37th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address 500 through 512 North Laramie Avenue, 5200 through 5214 West Main Street. And the change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to a C11 Neighborhood Commercial District. And I believe we have Graham Grady. Graham, as always, I know it's an exciting project for our colleague in the 37th Ward. We got a lot of people waiting for the finish of this meeting and the finance, but I can see Emma already smiling from ear to ear, and I know this went to Plan Commission, so it's pretty exciting for the alderman. Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Graham Grady with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister. We filed this application on behalf of By the Hand Club for Kids to accommodate the proposed development of a new two-story headquarters and cafe building for the applicant's headquarters and administrative offices. By the Hand Club for Kids is a highly regarded, life-enriching after-school program which serves nearly 2,000 youth from Chicago communities, including Cabrini Green, Altgeld Murray, Englewood, and Austin. Danita Travis, the executive director and founder of By the Hand Club for Kids, is on the Zoom call and is available to answer your questions. Alderman Mitz has provided a letter of support for this application. At the beginning of today's hearing, during the public commentary period, Ms. Tasha Alexander provided testimony in support of the application. We are unaware of any opposition to the application. We request the favorable consideration of the committee. We're available to answer questions.
Alderman Mitz. Chairman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the members. I'm excited once again for the continuation By the Hand Club and their effort to help to revitalize the community. That they're doing so much, they feel the need that we need to put their office here now, and also in doing so, creating an opportunity for the community to be able to go in and do work along with their headquarters working. We will have a cafe, more recreation, another beautiful facility to really just change the dynamics and the looks of Laramie, north of Lake Street. And I'm just waiting until they move a little further. So I just ask the committee members to please support this project. It really means a lot to the neighborhood, and the work that is being done by the Hand Club, Danita Travis is just incredible. Working with kids, you have to have a vision for this. And I'm certainly glad that they want to move their headquarters to 37 Ward, where we can look and see how we can make more improvements in the community. So thank you so much, and I ask your favorable support for this project.
Thank you, Alderman. And may I stand corrected? This was not in front of the Plan Commission, so we didn't have to incorporate any records. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay.
No, this was a church, a church that was there that they taken over that location.
Great.
Having worked with the church for some time, and then we bought the property.
All right. Questions for the applicant or the alderwoman?
Move to pass, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Ray Lopez makes a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections?
So moved.
None. The item is passed. Congratulations.
Thank you all so very much.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Now we're on the bottom of page 14. Number 20471, 39th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 6,000 through 6,022 North Stevens Avenue and 6,005 through 6,017 North Stevens Avenue. So looks like we have both sides of the block. Okay. Change request, B11 Neighborhood Shopping District to an M11 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District. And we have Paul Kolpak.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Stepping in for Mr. Kolpak today, my name is Colleen Doherty from Law Office of Kolpak and Gersick, located at 6767 North Milwaukee, here on behalf of the applicant Ki Wan Kwan. This afternoon, we are requesting an amendment from the B11 to M11 in order to legalize the existing property and maintain the existing business. The business is currently a wholesale distribution business. It has existed as such for years, and the application is triggered purely due to a lapse in the owner's business license. The owner will not be making any changes to the building structure, its use, its business, or any of its current status. We have discussed the change with the Peterson and Pulaski Business Industrial Council, who are in support of the rezoning. And we have also worked closely with Alderman Nugent and obtained a letter of support from Alderman Nugent that we have submitted to the committee as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we would ask for the committee's favorable recommendation this afternoon.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Nugent, and in my only question, this is on both sides of Stevens, right?
It is.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions, comments?
Chairman, this is Anna Robles in DPD.
Yes, Anna.
Just wanted to point out, it was an error on the application. The cross address is on Keystone 6005 Keystone, as opposed to 2 Stevens addresses.
So
The ordinance is correct.
the ordinance was correct, Anna?
Yes, the ordinance is correct. Just an error on the app.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm glad I brought it up. So we don't need to get a substitute, is that correct?
No,
Okay, thank you, Anna.
thank you.
Any more questions? If not, can I get a motion?
Do pass, Cardona.
Alderman Cardona moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right. Colleen, are you sticking with us on the next item?
I am, Chairman.
All right. Document number 20467 T1 45th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address is 4301 North Milwaukee Avenue and 4966 through 4976 West Cullum. And the purpose to meet the bulk and density requirements in order to allow the redevelopment of property with a new 4-story roof deck, residential and commercial mixed-use building. All right. And the change request is a B31 Community Shopping District to a B32 Community Shopping District. All right. Proceed.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Colleen Doherty from Kolpak and Gersick, 6767 North Milwaukee. Here on behalf of the applicant, Finney Building LLC, for the property commonly known as 4301 North Milwaukee Avenue. This is a type 1 application to amend the zoning from B31 to B32. The land currently is vacant. The rezoning request is to accommodate building a 4-story residential and commercial mixed-use building. The proposed development will include 9 dwelling units, a roof deck, 14 parking spaces, and approximately 2,278 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor. The applicant, Finney Building LLC, did have a community meeting, both with the local community group and the community at large. Both groups did voice support for the development. We also have discussed the matter with Alderman Gardner and received a letter of support from Alderman Gardner as well, which we have submitted. And with that, we would ask for a favorable recommendation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Gardner. Any questions from committee members?
Move to pass, Chairman.
Is Alderman McDowell makes a motion do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item's passed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Middle of page 15, document number 20384, Second Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 22nd of 2020. Common address is 2015 through 2031 North Mendel Street. Change request PD 1339 to PD 1339 as amended. Mike Esger.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is Michael Esger from the law firm of Acosta Esger on behalf of the applicant, 2017 Baker Mendel LLC. And as a preliminary matter, this was before the Plan Commission on September 17th, where it was approved, and I would like to request that the record of that proceeding be incorporated here today.
So Alderman Raboyes moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections?
So move.
Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, Mike.
Thank you very much. This is a technical amendment to a 2016 plan development. The building has already been constructed, and we are amending it to add a use, cannabis in craft grow, infuse, and process to the list of other approved uses for the building. There is no tenant there as of yet, but we are hopeful that once licenses are awarded, the tenant might be able to be there. We have been through the community with success, and I'm not sure if Alderman Hopkins is on the line to speak to the matter, but he has a letter of recommendation on record with the committee.
Chairman.
Yes, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Hopkins. I don't know if he's on the call still. Brian?
Looks like you are.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm sorry.
You're okay with the item on Mendel Street?
Yes, sir. We have a letter of support on file. This has been actually close to 2 years now. It's been under review. There's no community objection that has been recorded, and we'd like to see the project move forward. Thank you.
These two.
All right, questions? May I have a motion? Alderman
Cardona.
Move to pass.
Alderman Cardona moves the motion by the last same roll call vote that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Pass as revised for the record. Now, actually, we have a couple more colleagues, but this one I think is something everyone should be very alerted to. It's exciting project. Document number 20392, 14th Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 22nd of 2020. Common address is 4800 through 4858 Southwestern Avenue and 2401 through 2559 West 48th Street. The change request, M22 Light Industry District and C12 Neighborhood Commercial District to a POS-1 Parks and Open Space District, then to a planned development. Jack George.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John George, and I'm an attorney with offices at 71 South Wacker. I'm appearing this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, which is the Chicago Park District, in connection with application 20392. Also present, if any questions come up, are Heather Gleason, the Director of Planning and Development for the Chicago Park District, John Ronan, the architect, and Ernie Wong, who is the landscape architect. As you've indicated, Mr. Chairman, this property is located at 4800 to 4858 South on Western and 2401 to 2559 West on 48th Street in the Brighton Park neighborhood, and is bounded by 48th Street on the north, Western Avenue on the east, the Orange Line to the south, and Rockwell Avenue and the Shields School to the west. The existing zoning, as you've indicated, is M2-2 and C1-2, and we're seeking to first amend the underlying zoning to POS-1 and then do a planned development to allow the Chicago Park District to move their headquarters to this site. Please note, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, this was before the Chicago Plan Commission on September the 17th, 2020, and I would ask at this time that the report of proceedings and the testimony and exhibits that were part of the proceedings before the Chicago Plan Commission be incorporated into and made a part of the proceedings before you today.
Alderman Ray Lopez moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, Mr. George.
All right, up on the screen right now is the site plan for the subject property. The site is 17 acres. It's a former industrial site at 48th and Western Avenue. And the Chicago Park District is proposing to construct a new headquarters building, which is the circular area on this slide. And it's a headquarters conjoined with a field house. The building will be set within a new community park, which will contain 2 artificial turf fields for soccer, football, and lacrosse. There will be a great lawn that can be used for theater in the park, movies in the park, and farmers market. And then there'll be 3 recreational areas for the children, including a playground, a spray pool, and a nature area. There's also a natural landscape of meadow and grasses with looping walking paths. Part of the looping paths extend through the center of the building where there is an internal courtyard. The Chicago Park District has looked at multiple locations. Excuse me, what's up on the screen now is the rendering of the facility that I just described. The Chicago Park District had looked at a number of locations for their new headquarters, and this particular site was chosen for a number of reasons, including the significant transportation value that the new headquarters will bring to the Brighton Park community, which is a community area in great need of open space. Further, the property is located adjacent to the Western Avenue Orange Line CTA and lies along the Western Avenue bus route, both of which are major routes in the city, making it well served. The Chicago Park District is engaged in both the local community meetings and other meetings. We've also been in contact with Alderman Burke and also Alderman Lopez, whose ward bounds us on the west side, on the east side. The Park District held a number of meetings with various different groups, the Back of the Yard Council, the Brighton Park Neighborhood Council, the Brighton Park Neighborhood Network Coalition. In addition to that, we had a virtual meeting on August the 19th, and that went very well. All of the meetings that we had with all these different community groups were all done both in Spanish and in English, and we had English translators that were used during these meetings. As a result of the community has agreed to install, and Alderman Lopez brought this to my attention the first time I met with him, a traffic signal and pedestrian crossing enhancements at 48th Place to make sure that the community and anyone else coming to the headquarters can safely cross Western Avenue. Environmental remediation of the site is also part of the project and has been enrolled in the EPA site remediation program. And so the Park District will complete the required remediation work and will install an engineered barrier at the park as part of the park construction, ensuring that the site is safe for the community projects. Also, with respect to MBE and WBE, as with all projects and Plan Commission projects, there was a goal here of 26 and 6, which we will be intending to achieve, as well as 50% residents for total construction work. Over the several months, the Park District has met extensively with the Chicago Fire Department, the Mayor's Office of People with Physical Disabilities, the Department of Planning, and all of them have approved of this project. We believe that all of the requirements of the Chicago Plan Development Ordinance, as well as the zoning ordinance, are complied with, and we would ask for your favorable recommendation. I would like to give special thanks to John Malloy and Noah Sofranic from the Department of Planning, who worked very hard on this project with us. All of us from the Chicago Park District stand here ready today to answer any questions that you, Mr. Chairman, or any members of the committee might have concerning the project. As you've indicated, this is a project that we are all really excited about. A lot of excitement was engendered when we appeared before the various groups, and we are very proud and happy for this project.
Thank you, Mr. George. I'd like to hear from Alderman Burke. I think this is it. Yep, it's in the 14th Ward. Alderman Burke. Ed, you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
You got me now?
Yes, sir.
I'm enthusiastically supportive of this project, Mr. Chairman, and it has the potential to be a life-changing development for the area. As Mr. George pointed out, through several meetings, the response from the community has been very positive, and it really is an example of how the headquarters for the Chicago Park District is sensitive to the need to get out into the neighborhoods. They're now on the near north side. As Mr. George also pointed out, the location on Western Avenue is immediately adjacent to the Orange Line Western Avenue stop, which provides excellent transportation. The community is excited about this, and I'm very happy to be able to support the project as I have from its initial announcement. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. What an exciting project.
It really is.
We are all envious. I just like to have that open space. Never mind the stunning architecture. All right, do we have any other questions, comments? Alderman Ray Lopez would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I too wish to join our colleague Alderman Ed Burke in support of this. We were there together when we first announced these plans with our Mayor Rahm Emanuel as part of his initiative to bring City Hall into the neighborhoods. And I think this is a beautiful coming to fruition of his dream to making that reality. And I'm thankful that the Park District and Mr. Jack George have been able to work with the community extensively to listen to everyone's concerns and to incorporate them into something that will be a transformative benefit to the Brighton Park community. I can't tell you how many residents just across the street are ecstatic at the idea of seeing such a huge and new investment in the community. I don't even think the word transformative accurately describes what we anticipate happening in the Brighton Park community, which so oftentimes is in the news for different reasons. But today we're in the news for something positive. Today we're in the news for the next generation of Chicago Park District leadership being a part of the community in the very communities it serves. And I would actually encourage all of my colleagues and the mayor to continue to push for City Hall and its departments to no longer be cloistered in one central downtown location, but to continue building on what Mayor Emanuel sought out to do when he embarked upon this and other projects, which is to bring City Hall and its departments into the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
And with that, I move to pass.
All right, no more questions. You've heard the motion by Alderman Ray Lopez to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised. And again, my congratulations to both of you. It is very transformative. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. George. Now we're on the top of page 16. We're on our last page, folks, I think. Yep. All right. This item is number 20463, 24th Ward. The ordinance was referred on July 22nd of 2020. Common address is 2100 South Pulaski. This item is being deferred by
Alderman Scott.
Okay, this item is being deferred by Alderman Michael Scott. Any questions on that by committee members? Do I get a motion?
So move, Chairman.
Alderman Ray Lopez makes the motion to defer the previously read item. All those in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Hearing no objections, the item has been deferred. All right, middle of page 16, number 20442, 33rd Ward. The ordinance was referred on July 22nd of 2020. Common address 3557 West Lawrence Avenue. Change request B32 Community Shopping District to B33 Community Shopping District. Liz Butler.
Sorry, bear with me starting my video. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Liz Butler from the law firm of DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street in Chicago. And I, along with my colleague Mariah DeGrino, represent Celadon Holdings 3 LLC, the applicant for a zoning map amendment for the property located at 3557 West Lawrence Avenue. As a preliminary housekeeping matter, we did submit a substitute ordinance narrative and plans for this matter, and we would ask that the committee consider those substitute materials.
So Alderman Cardona moves to amend the application to a type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is amended to a type 1 application. And proceed, Liz.
Thank you. I'm joined today by Scott Henry of Celadon Holdings 3, the applicant, and Rob Natke of Urban Works, the project architect for this project. The applicant has been active as an affordable housing developer in Chicago for over 12 years and has worked with its community partner, Communities United in Albany Park, through its Roots initiative for the past 7 years. You heard about 6 hours ago from Diane Lemus, who spoke in support of this project on behalf of the Community United organization. This applicant is committed to meeting the demand for desperately needed affordable housing in the Albany Park neighborhood. The DePaul Institute for Housing Studies identified Albany Park as a neighborhood with intensifying and emerging housing affordability pressure. Albany Park is a neighborhood with vulnerable populations, rising prices, and housing that has become among the most expensive in the city. Because of this mix of conditions, this area is experiencing active displacement of lower income residents due to high and rising housing costs. This project that we're discussing with you today will provide 50 units of new affordable housing, including 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units for families earning 15%, 30%, 60%, and 80% of the area median income. Importantly, the project that we're presenting today has been selected by the City of Chicago's Department of Housing for an allocation of 9% low-income housing tax credits. The subject property that we're discussing is located at the southeast corner of West Lawrence Avenue and North Central Park Avenue, again at 3557 West Lawrence Avenue, which you hopefully can see on your screen, a rendering of the proposed development. The site is currently vacant and it's improved with a surface parking lot. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a mixed-use multi-unit residential building. The development, like I mentioned, will provide 50 residential units on floors 2 through 6, 13 vehicular parking spaces, 50 bicycle parking spaces, and one loading space. The building will measure 73 feet in height. And in order to enable this development, as was previously mentioned, this applicant is seeking to rezone the property from its current B32 community shopping district to the B33 community shopping district. The 5 residential floors will each contain 10 units. Of those, half of the units are 1-bedroom units, 20 are 2-bedroom, and 5 are 3-bedroom units. The developer also has a strategic partnership with Concordia Place, an early childhood care operator who will operate a childhood care center in the ground floor of the proposed building. Services for daycare and childcare will be offered to residents of the building at reduced rates. The property is a transit-served location. It's located in close proximity to the Kimball L stop, and the project will utilize the transit-served location features of the Chicago zoning ordinance to allow both the proposed parking and the project residential density. The project will also seek approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals of very minor variations for setback relief along the alley. This project will redevelop a long vacant parcel with a development program that is designed to meet a critical shortage of affordable housing in Albany Park. The project was thoroughly vetted by the community through the 33rd Ward's rigorous community-driven zoning and development review process. The applicant presented the project to the full CDZD committee on April 9th and July 28th. We conducted numerous developer-led one-on-one meetings with neighbors and neighborhood groups, and finally had a community-wide meeting on September 24th. As a result of the feedback that was received through that community process, the project was scaled down from what was a 7-story building with 60 units to a 6-story building with 50 units. 3 bedrooms were added as a result of the community review process, and a variety of design changes were also implemented to make this project design more compatible and responsive to the neighborhood context. The Alderman worked very closely with Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez from the 33rd Ward and her staff. We understand that the Alderman is in support of this proposed zoning change, and we also understand that a letter of support has been issued and should be in your file. We respectfully request that this committee recommend City Council approval of the application, and we appreciate the committee's time and consideration of this project. Our team is available to answer any questions that you may have, and we thank you.
Thank you, Liz. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez. We also, in your packet, we did get a couple of objectors, the North River Youth Council, and it looks like Albany Park Neighbors. We had 2 letters from those organizations. Question, is Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez on the call?
Nope, but we do have our letters.
We do not have her on the call, but she has given us a letter of support. Questions from committee members?
Move
Can I get a
approval on
motion?
behalf of Alderman.
So moved
Rodriguez
by
Sanchez.
Alderman David Moore.
All right, I can hear David Moore. David Moore makes the motion, do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. And any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed as amended to the type 1.
Last item.
All right.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Raboyes, are you there with us?
I am here. I have the pleasure of calling on it. Looks like the last item on today's
It
agenda.
is. It is.
It is.
Okay,
it is.
you're on.
This is item number 204-54 in the 44th Ward. Ordinance referred on 7/22/20. The common address is 1134 West Diversey Parkway. The applicant Basilios Capital. The attorney Bertie Citron, and the change request is a C1-2 neighborhood commercial district to a B2-3 neighborhood mixed use district. Council.
Thank you, members of the committee. Bernard Citron from the law firm of Thompson Coburn, representing Basilios Capital, who is the owner of this property. Basilios Capital purchased the property about 2 years ago. The ground floor, this was originally developed with a ground floor commercial space along with 3 units above. It's a 4-story building. When they purchased the property, the ground floor was occupied by a therapist office. Unfortunately, even pre-COVID, that tenant moved out. Subsequent to that time, again, even pre-COVID, they were having a very difficult, if not impossible time to fill that commercial space. Subsequent to COVID, we are seeing in general in the industry, a lot of these very small commercial spaces and strip centers or in these types of buildings remaining vacant for long periods of time. That's affecting very significantly the economic viability of this project. Very simply, they have a mortgage to pay on this property. We approached the alderman, who immediately sent us to see Central Lakeview neighbors. We ultimately had 3 meetings with Central Lakeview neighbors presenting our project. We're simply seeking to add 1 residential unit to this building on the ground floor to take the place of the commercial space that would otherwise, we believe, remain vacant. The property is TOD, transit-oriented in location, so the parking spaces that are on the property currently will suffice to serve what we hope to be 4 units in this property. We entered into an agreement with CLVN regarding this, including that once the building permits are obtained, to establish the residential space in the residential unit on the ground floor, this property will be rezoned back down to its prior zoning district. With that, I stand ready to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Bernie. Any questions by committee members? Okay, how about the Alderman? Is he available?
Thank you, Vice Chair. As Mr. Citron said, the trend on West Diversey over here is moving towards more residential on the ground floor. And this is, you know, as he said, this is the nature of the economy right now. I don't foresee it changing in the near future. I'm almost on the record, not sure we want to return to C12 because I think the long-term trend is going to be residential on the ground floor. But that being said, I asked for the committee's support on this. As I said, it met with the neighbors 3 times over one small change request, but we got it done. So
Thank you, Alderman. There are no committee members. Any questions by committee members? I hear a motion, or is there a motion on the floor?
Alderman Lopez.
Moved by Alderman Lopez, makes a motion to pass. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is
Object
passed.
to Chairman Tunney going to
Oh.
sleep now.
I'm back on the dais here.
Thank you.
All right.
So I think that concludes the regular agenda. However, I want to bring it to everyone's attention that since the morning recess, I've gotten a number of questions and comments and interest to revisit the Clean Air Ordinance 020204590. I think I'm gonna ask this meeting to be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we will have staff and the committee will provide time for those questions to be answered. And if it is the wish of the committee tomorrow morning after the 9 a.m. call, then we will take a possible vote on this item if it is the wish of the committee. So
Chairman,
the voting committee will stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.